Hey, what's going on, guys? I keep forgetting that when I move around a lot, it shakes the camera over here. This one. Sorry about that. All right, and also hoping for no serious issues here as we're getting to going because YouTube has kind of changed again. The format or whatever for how it looks for streaming, so hopefully everything's all good. It looks like everything's fine, so if you guys on YouTube are able to see it, and Twitch are able to see it, and Facebook you're able to see it, wherever you guys are watching from, looks like it's going fine. So alright, let me just say some hellos to some people here in the chat. Let's see, over there on Twitch, Anna, hello. On Facebook, Jason. On YouTube, Brendan, Sanctus, Scantus, Speedball Haro, John Fisher, Gojira, Magus, over there on Twitch as well. What's going on, man? Your local anime trash can. What's up? RF Aurora, Mario, Reiji, what's going on? Blue Falconder. A lot of familiar faces in here. Brian, what's going on, man? And Brian, say hello to Travis too if you guys are watching together. Or Eric, what's going on? Let's see. Yelin, Josh, Brixsteronios, Akaran, Ben, Delete Titan, Sai for Chaos. Hey guys, what's up? I'll say some more hellos here as we're getting to going. Danjo, as always, the obligatory attendance donationer. I appreciate that. Hope you're able to stick around today. I think last time you were only able to just stop in briefly, right? Hopefully you're able to stick around, check out some of the build today. Guys, I'm telling you, I really can't decide what to do about this, so maybe you guys can help. Before we get started, you guys can help me decide this. I'm planning on painting up this kit straight away, so I need to build up the kit and do the review, but then straight after that, I'm going to be disassembling it, and I do plan on painting it up. So, do I put in the LEDs or not? Everyone keeps saying, don't put the LEDs in if you're planning on disassembling the kit, because the LEDs are very easily broken. The LED ribbon here, LED sheet, this one, very easily broken. I think probably I'll be fine. You know, I'll just be careful about disassembling the kit. But I don't know. I don't know what to do about that. See, the problem is if I leave the LED sheet out now, then in the review, you know, I want to go over all, you know, in the review, I want to be able to go over the, you need help? Okay. Guys, hang on just a minute. I need to go help my father-in-law lift a bookshelf. Hang on just a moment. Alright, sorry about that, guys. Yeah, so I was saying, if I don't put the LED sheet in, then when I do the review and I go over the articulation or something, the LED sheet might affect the articulation. I don't know. So I want to be able to give you guys like an accurate, accurate rundown of all the articulation of the kit, but that might be different whether you have the LED sheet installed or not. And buying this kit, of course you're going to have the LED sheet involved. So just feel like it's probably not going to make that much of a difference, honestly, I guess. But I feel like if I do the review without the LED sheet, people are going to complain. That's the thing. I know that whether the LED sheet is in there or not, it shouldn't be something that should affect your buying decision for this that much or not. I mean, of course, people do also want to see what the kit looks like when it's lit up, but I don't know. You're gonna know kind of what it looks like when it's lit up, just based on the photos and stuff of the kit. Yeah, Anna there on Twitch said that it does affect the articulation a bit. Yeah, I would expect that the LED sheet would limit the articulation slightly. So I don't know. I think in order to do a full proper review and in order to avoid crybabies complaining, I should probably build it with the LED sheet. But yes, then of course we do run the risk of breaking something during disassembly, but I don't know. I think I can be careful with it and it should be fine. You know what I mean? I think as long as you're careful, then it shouldn't be that much of an issue. Chris says that it says in the manual how the LED sheet will affect the articulation. Oh, really? Didn't notice that. Let me see. But I mean, obviously it'll affect, like, and I saw you guys on Twitch, someone on Twitch was also saying that, like you won't be able to, like, spin the arm around 360 degrees because of the LED sheet. And yeah, I agree, like, obviously, who's gonna do that? I think, like, yeah, obviously, with posing the kit, I mean, like, a lot of reviewers will do this. A lot of other reviewers will, like, when they're going through their articulation, they will show, like, how the head can turn around 360 degrees, the arm can turn 360 degrees. But if you'll notice, when I go over the articulation, I usually don't make note of that because it's kind of, like, very useless information. Like, who's gonna ever want to have their head on their Gundam turned backwards? It's kind of silly. So yeah. The other thing about it too is that once I have, because I will of course put the LEDs into the kit once it's actually painted, but then I'm not going to transform it when it's painted. I'm gonna build it up and paint it with the intention of it being in destroy mode, and so some people are gonna want to know what the kit looks like with the LEDs installed in unicorn mode, and I'm not gonna show that at all if I don't put the LEDs in, like, right now. Let's see, Ian said with a super chat. Ian, first of all, thanks for using super chat. I appreciate that there on YouTube. I would just use the lack of LEDs in your out-of-box review to hype up the final review, damaging the LEDs overall. Yeah, Ian. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking that not exactly what your point is there. But yeah, what I'm thinking is that, I want to do the review as thorough as possible. I want it to be a really good, thorough review for you guys. But because I do plan on painting it right away, I think, doing the review without the LED unit will be fine, just to give you guys a look at the kit and everything, and then, I'll go through the painting and everything. And for people who do, want a more thorough a more thorough review, I guess, you know, showing the LED unit in it, how it affects the articulation and how it looks in unicorn mode versus how it looks in destroy mode. Other people are going to review the kit. You know, you won't get like, so it's like with my review, we'll cover, you know, 85%, which will be good enough for people who want to see like my thoughts on it. And then I'm gonna paint it, and I'll be able to show the painted product as well too, lit up, which will be cool, of course. And for people who want a full 100% review, they can watch Mecha's review or anyone else that's going to be reviewing the kit. I'm sure a lot of other people are going to be reviewing the kit as well, and they most likely won't be painting it, or I don't know, other channels. I don't know who else will be building it. If it's like who usually paints their kits. Otaku Builder usually paints kits, but doesn't really do like full-on reviews either. Just trying to think of who does like full like reviews, but also paints their kits. I don't know. I know Kurosama's planning on building and painting this kit as well too, but he's planning on like customizing it. Anyway, all right, let's get into it. I'll test out the LEDs. I won't install the LEDs in it today. We'll just build it without the LED unit. I'll do my review like that, and I'll put in the LED unit when we do the finished build. But we do need to put this LED unit into the base. So, all right, that's decided. Thank you guys for your feedback on that. Seems like most of you guys are in agreement that we don't need to put in the LED sheet for right now, if I'm planning on painting it. So just those of you guys who are in agreement, just make sure you're defending me in the comments when I do the review and some people start complaining. Make sure y'all just go there in the comments and be like, yo, we discussed this at length during the live stream build. And yeah. You guys are saying It's a Gunpla also does, yeah, that's true. I know he also does reviews of painted builds and stuff. But I haven't seen a ton of his videos. As far as I know, the reviews are not really necessarily very hands-on, right? You don't really see like him like working with the kit a lot. It's more kind of like, you know, showing different angles or whatever, different poses maybe of the painted build, and just kind of talking about it, right? Anyway. Okay, let's get started with the base. How did my camera get all messed up? Oh, because I touched the wire and it moved the camera, didn't it? Sorry. It's also kind of very dark. Why is that? Because it's messed up over here. Let me adjust this again. Sorry guys. I know someone's gonna, how long? Someone's gonna be like 20 minutes into the video and hasn't built anything yet. Sorry. Alright. We got this part. There you go. The first step. And I should also mention I already built the cage section. I already just went ahead and built that up. You guys probably didn't need to watch me building this. There's plenty to build with just the main mobile suit by itself, so I just already went ahead and built that. But that actually goes on much later. I had to use 2 of my organizing boxes for this. So like the one box has all the parts for the main mobile suit, and this box has all the parts for like the weapons and the display stand and everything. Display based. Let's see. Daydream Warrior said MGEX Unicorn Live build and my Model Bingo SD God Gundam was just delivered. Today's a good day. Ah, nice one. Just as I'm sure you're well aware, I just finished that Model Bingo God Gundam. It was a fun build. Okay. You do also, like, as soon as you build up this base, it does also have you build up the bases for the shields, like, right away at the same time. But I don't think I do those. It's really weird how they made this, because, like, they made this base that you need to put, like, these little feet on it. Like that, I guess, like, for stability, but it's like this big plastic chunk. I don't think you need to add, like, extra stability by having these little feet on the corners. It's weird. I don't know. Kind of hungry. Starting off this morning, I didn't have breakfast. That was a mistake. I should have. But I was telling my wife that that this stream is undoubtedly gonna go like through lunchtime, so I asked her to bring me some lunch later. So we'll take a lunch break, probably in a couple hours. This stream I'm anticipating is gonna be 3 hours or more, so it's gonna go through lunchtime. Gotta get some batteries. I didn't have any batteries here too. Like just right before the stream, I had to run home, which fortunately it's like a 2-minute walk from my office here to my house. It's like 2 minutes on foot, so that's easy enough. But let's see. Sorry, I just need to rearrange some windows here. There we go. So it only took a minute, but yeah, I had to run home and get some batteries. And, you know, I had to do it right. I got the Kirklands, baby. I treat you right. Only the best Kirkland signature for mine. Sir one said, "Do you talk to your wife in Korean?" It's kind of funny, actually. It's kind of a mix. We talk in like a mix of Korean and English. And oftentimes she'll talk to me in English and I'll talk to her in Korean, strangely enough. But yeah, that's usually how we communicate. Oh, I skipped to the first page of connection of the LED unit. I should have taken a look at that first, I guess. So should I leave this? Oh, I want to plug this into here, just see how it looks first. So that goes onto there. Let's light it up. Where are the lights at? I pressed the on. Where's the lights? Is there another switch, something I'm missing? Something... No, surely my Kirkland brand batteries are not doing me dirty. Where's the light? Yo! What's wrong? So I got one of the batteries in here back? Oh, I do. I have one of the batteries backwards. Yes. Okay. And dang, this door for the battery is annoying. Let's try that again. There we go. Alright. And full action. Oh, no, that's just for... Okay. Probably go in the menu, it probably says what the deal is. Oh, okay, I missed that, sorry. There's on, both lights on the head, and press it again, and we got one light in the head. And the rest light up slowly after that. Ooh. It's like a little Christmas tree. There you go. And press it one more time. Yeah, you got some red and green there in the head as well. Press it one more time. And that's going to then change to green. Yep, there we go. So they're all green. And they do kind of come on kind of like in order. I said, like, it looks like not as much as I would have hoped, because you know how like in the anime it doesn't like all transform at once. It like transforms from the feet up. It's got that like CG animated shot in the anime, how like the feet transform and then the legs and all throughout the thing. I wish that the LEDs lit up in that order, You know, that would have been cool, but kind of a shame that they don't. They very easily could have done that. Let's see. So there's that. They do kind of fade on. It's not just like a straight on like that, but like there is a like fading effect. Oh, are they glowing now? Ah. Oh, that's cool. Are you guys seeing that? The light is like fading in and out, right? I'm not just imagining that, right? Yeah, it's getting brighter, and yeah, you guys should be able to see that on camera, right? Oh, and then it changed. Oh, okay, so there's like a whole sequence to it. All right. That's cool. All right. Well, anyway, that works. Let's go ahead and switch that off then for the time being. Take that out. Let's get this thing put together. And then these guys, which go to the shields. Yeah, the pulsing effect is kind of cool. I just wish that the LEDs came on in order of the transformation. Ian, and once again, thank you for using the super chat there. Opinions on the fresh pics of the Zeong and the new Master Grade Wing. Master Grade Wing looks great, I think. I'd seen some people saying that it looks very similar to the Gundam Fixed Figuration Wing, which I'm not very familiar with, so I don't know how accurate that is of like how close it is. Look at how long, look at how long these wires are for the shield units. Let me give you guys a measurement. I'll have to do it kind of jankily. Let's see, that's 45 and 45, so about 100 meters, 100 centimeters. So it seems like about a meter long for the wire here for the shields. But yeah, the Wing Ver.Ka. Yeah, so I don't know how accurate that statement is that it looks like the fixed figuration, but whether it really does or not, I think it does look like a fixed figuration figure. I think that's true. Did I get that on there right? And that looks good. I mean, it looks good. You know, whether you wanted a Master Grade, whether you wanted a new Master Grade Wing 0 custom or not, the kit looks good. There's no denying that the kit looks good, and I'm sure it's going to be a good kit, you know, objectively. Just, where's the third one? Just in that, you know, the kit is going to be solid. It's going to have, you know, added transformation, so it's got more gimmick. That's kind of cool. So there will be, you know, a lot to like about the kit, surely. So whether you're a fan of the design or whether you think that it really needed a 2.0 or not, it's going to be a good kit, and I think it looks good. It looks great, actually. So that's cool. And testing out these shield LEDs, and are they going to turn on or not? Do I not have them plugged in correctly? I surely do. There we go. There they're on. Or were they not going to turn on red or what? Maybe the shields only light up in green? Because it only uses the shields during the funnel shields during the final battle, right? So. Sir Moshi said that you guys are talking on Twitch, that you guys prefer on Twitch. Yeah, just a heads up, if any of you guys don't know, I'm also streaming on Twitch too, so if you prefer watching on Twitch, you can go watch over there. But alright, everything's all plugged in, batteries are in. Let's go ahead and get to actually assembling this thing, shall we? So this goes in like this here. But so the Wing Ver.Ka, I'm looking forward to that. I always love building new kits. You know, the Wing Ver.Ka, the Wing 0 custom, not like my favorite design ever, but it's a cool design. I like it. Of course, there's that nostalgia factor. I grew up Like I kind of got into Gundam through Gundam Wing. I loved Endless Waltz as a kid, so yeah. As for the Zeong, not much of a fan of the Zeong usually, but I do think that the kit looks great. It's kind of exactly what I expected. If you've heard me say anything about the Zeong so far since the kit was announced, basically what I keep saying is that the same thing that I just said, basically. I'm really not a fan of the Zeong, but I'm sure the kit is going to be good, so I'm looking forward to checking it out, just because I think it's going to be a good kit. So we got this wire, needs to go through that little bit up here. It seems like as far as the shields go, they're just kind of like hanging out there. There's not like really any, and they're kind of messy, to be honest. There's not like any proper way to deal with those at the moment, but those just go over there. So yeah, the Zeong looks cool, and the effect parts, oh, there's a particular way that the shield LEDs are supposed to go through here, eh? Okay. The effect, god damn. It said to plug these together, but I actually don't need to plug these together yet. The effect parts for the Zeong look cool, and I thought the deluxe version, like the special effect version, was going to also be including the RX-78 but apparently not. So it's kind of like, it's like 3,000 yen more, right? And so if 3,000 yen more for like just a couple of like those like 30 minutes missions, like customized bases, like that make like the background for it, and then a couple of effect parts, doesn't really seem that worthwhile for like the $30 you're paying extra. Damn. I shouldn't have put these in there. Is there a trick to getting this out of here? Because why can't I get this LED wire out now for the shields? Which one would you recommend? Damn, really can't get this goddamn wire out of here now. I don't want to pull on the wire too hard, right? Because I'll probably break the connection or something. The PG Unicorn plus the LED or the PG Perfect Strike? That's a good question. Kind of just whichever you prefer. The Perfect Strike, I think the nice thing about the Perfect Strike is there's a lot more posing options with that. There's a lot more kit to build. But the nice thing about the Unicorn is that you have the lighting gimmick, obviously, if you're planning on getting that. So kind of just depends on which you prefer. Man! Here's something that I don't like. Let's look at the manual here. On page 9, it shows you how to connect the shield LED cables here. Then fast forward to page 12, and you need to put these through there without those parts added on. So this is really annoying because now I can't get them off. Is there like a trick to unplugging these? Like, I know, like I don't know anything about like these wires. And is there like and this tiny little thing, like something you need to press in order to get this like to release out of there, or why this isn't coming out? Because I can't get these things unplugged. Yeah, the connection here is very tiny, and yeah, I just am being really careful not to pull it too hard to break the solder. Use a flathead screwdriver. Well, I don't have one of those on hand, but I do have tweezers. Don't know what this is gonna do though. How effective this is gonna be, but man, at least it gives me. All right, well, that works for now anyway. Bandai, not off to a good start here. Just annoying me with that. Alright, so get this spider web of wires out of here. Good. And this needs to. These go up and just kind of plug into there. That. Okay, whatever, so that's where the shield wires plug into. Damn. Annoying. Alright, moving on. So this part then is connected to here. Like that, which is connected to here. Cybernetic Phoenix, he says, enjoy your video, Zach, bought a few kits because of it. Thank you. And we have to string this wire through here. Like this. This one I don't mind installing right now just because this one should be easy enough to take out. Kind of need to wrap this all the way through the inside of here. Like that, there we go. And then I got this little guy, goes into here, and this one onto here. And let's see, Zach, you heard about some of the Gundam Reddit people thinking the Barbatos being stronger than the Unicorn? No, Kevin, I have not heard that, but it sounds like an argument that I would not want to take part in. Let's see, R789 said, don't know if this was asked already, but what do you think about the Wing Zero Ver.Ka? Yeah, that was asked already, but no worries, I'm sure it's going to be asked quite a few times here before the day is done. My thoughts on the RG, or the Master Grade Wing Zero Custom, is that it looks cool. So, there you go. There's the stand there for that, and I know you guys aren't really going to be able to see this very well, but there you go. And, well, I'll just show you this. Just plugs onto the base here in any one of these spots, so you can set it a little bit farther forward, or if you wanted to, or back, and then you can just adjust the angle kind of like a normal action base using this kind of little bridge part there. Set that more forward or back, and then you can unlock this bit to extend this out like that, and of course that is going to pull the wire along like that. And then you can adjust the angle up here at the top. You have the switch over here on the side. you can adjust the angle and then lock that back into place like that. So it works pretty much like a very standard kind of action base arm, basically, except that it's got an LED wire in it. So there we go. That's that for the base. But I wonder how that works if you're using, well, I guess if you're using that, hang on, together with all this part. This section plugs onto, oh, this is just the sides here. Okay, this is kind of cool. So here on the sides of the base, there's like a track on the side. That's for this part to be able to move back and forth, I guess, a little bit on this track. Not much. There's not a lot of space there for it to move, looks like. But let's go ahead and try this out. We need to open these arms up a little bit. And that. From there, so this top part is not actually really super securely attached onto the base. It's just kind of sitting there on the track. I think if I tilt it like that, it'll fall off, right? So you need to be a little bit careful about that. Might want to glue it down, but that can move forward and back, so you can set it all the way back like that if you want to have the Gundam like launching out of there, or if you wanted it to be a little bit more kind of, if you wanted the Gundam standing in the center of the display, yeah, then you can move that to like the forward section there. So I mean that's cool. Yeah, nice. And these arms of the display exploded off of there, so I didn't move them out of the way. All right, so I know it's kind of hard to show you guys that on camera at the moment, but I'll go over that again in the review as well too. But you guys get the idea. So yeah. That, and I'm gonna set that over to the side there, cause that's all for that. We also have the display arms. The next part is building the bases for the shields. I'll do that later. You guys don't need to see that. We want to get started on the actual Gundam, shall we? So let's go ahead and do that. Was that cage part new for this kit, or recycled from the Unicorn cage? Yeah, Magus, I talked about this in the unboxing. If you missed that, I went over that in more detail, what all the runners are from. But yeah, the MS cage, the top part there is all not original, original to this kit, I should say. It's the same one from the 2010 release of the HD color Unicorn with MS cage. So yeah. The recycled runners from the old kit is nothing from the actual Unicorn body is recycled. It's completely new. Just the MS cage is recycled, and the bazooka is recycled. Half of the beam rifle is recycled, and the beam Gatling guns are recycled. Honestly, I don't really mind about any of that stuff being recycled, because none of that stuff really affects the kit and the design of that stuff. I mean, they could have updated the design or something. I mean, like, remade the MS cage to have more detail or something. I don't know really what they could have done, what they would have done. So I mean, I'm sure maybe they could have made the MS cage better, but it's kind of fine just as it is. The bazooka is fine as it is. The beam Gatling guns are fine as they are too. So I don't really care that much that those parts were recycled. But I've seen other people kind of complaining about that. I don't really agree with that criticism. I don't think it's that big of a deal. I mean, when this kit costs as much as it does, you can always kind of boil the argument down to like, well, if it's going to be costing that much, we should have got a new, blah, 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 whatever. We should have got new weapons. We should have got a new MS cage if the kit is going to cost that much. That's fair, I guess, but I don't know. At the end of the day, I don't think that's something to get too worked up over. Let's see. Alright. So, also if you guys saw the unboxing video, you saw that the clear parts are actually a mix of some plain clear, which are just meant to channel the light, and some like milky clear, which are the ones that are going to actually be like the visible sections of the kit. Where you'll be seeing the light shining through. And I don't remember the build of the RG kit well enough to say this with much certainty, but just the way that this middle section is being built does kind of remind me of the RG. The way how like the midsection is built so that it can accordion out for getting larger for the destroy mode, you know what I mean? So those go like that. And then these connect onto here. So it's kind of cool how they had to make some of these parts, which are basically just like inner frame parts, which on other versions of the kit would just be normal, you know, dark gray or whatever, the same inner frame color. But in this version, they had to make them completely clear so that the light can be channeled through the body to get out where it's meant to get out. We've got our little chair. And our little Banaji. Here, I'm still on the like I said, I'm planning on painting the kit, but I'm still on the fence thinking about how exactly I want to paint it and how I want to display it. I'm not sure. Let's see. Remember to build it using the destroy mode cockpit when you finally paint it. Got to get that accuracy right. Ah, yes. Niche, can you transform the cockpit? Oh yeah, you can actually transform the cockpit. That's cool. Just now seeing that as the next step in the construction. That's interesting. Well, yeah, I guess for accuracy's sake, for the time being, I'm gonna use the unicorn mode, but I'll have to change that, yes, for the final construction if I'm gonna have it in destroy mode. So yeah, I'm not sure how I am planning on actually painting the kit ultimately. Whether I'm just gonna do like regular colors or some sort of like custom colors or what. And it's kind of weird. Can't really seem to get this piece in there. It shows like, I don't know if you guys can see this. For destroy mode, it shows like to put the piece in there like kind of at an angle. But for unicorn mode, it shows you the piece and it shows you how it's supposed to look, but it doesn't show like how it's supposed to go on there. So I'm kind of like trying to figure out how this is meant to slip into place. Sure, it's just kind of like, just gotta get it in. But dang. Yeah, it should just be like that. Yeah, I don't know if I want to do custom colors. I don't know. I know that the full armor parts are usable with this, and I do have like a kind of leftover, just like scrap set of master grade full armor. It's like a full master grade full armor kit that was like broken, and I got for free, and I fixed it. But I could use some more like full armor parts with this. Or just kind of stick to what's included in the box, because you do have plenty of weapons to, you know, arm it up pretty well with just what you got here. Or if I want to do some other custom color scheme, because the unicorn is not a design that works really well with custom color schemes. Like if you wanted to do like a Char's custom version or like a Unicorn Gundam painted in RX-782 colors version, it just doesn't really, custom color schemes like that just don't really work well on the Unicorn. It's a design that just kind of has to be just like all one color, like all white, all black, all gold, something like that, or all silver. There's the RC version that's all silver. which is kind of cool. And I actually thought about that. I thought about doing this in RC colors. But the other thing you have to consider with this is that the psycho frame only lights up in either red or green. So you can choose, you can paint the colors of the outer armor, but you don't have very much options as far as how you want the color of the psycho frame. I suppose if you painted these clear parts in like a clear blue, then with the red LED light, then it would look kind of purple, I guess. You could do that. You can make it work, but adding paint to this, even if it's clear paint, I think will probably affect the brightness of the LEDs. So it'd be clear purple, but it would be kind of dim, I feel like. Deandra, thank you again for the using the super chat there. He said, I know you don't play Gundam games, but the Tristan was added to GBO2 recently. Did cursory research and saw your review on the HG. Well, it's a thing. Yeah. I don't play Gundam games. I play the mobile game though, pretty regularly, like every day. Not a lot, just a few minutes here or there, enough to just like basically just collect everything. It's like a gacha game basically, right? So just for collecting stuff, I am playing the mobile game. I keep thinking like on my Facebook page or something I should post my friend code or whatever it's called for the game. But yeah, I'm on there. Alright, so that goes on there like that. You need to push those in. This seems like kind of easier said than done. The sections need to be pushed in. While you push this down. There we go. Push that down. And then put this section on here. Paktan said you could change the LEDs. Yeah, you could change the LEDs, but I'm not going to be that bothered with it that I'm going to install a custom made LED set for it. I am not that invested in this project. I mean, I just want to do a nice painted build of the kit and not make too much of it, you know what I mean? So I think probably I'll end up sticking to the just normal colors. I'll maybe tweak them a little bit, kind of like I did with my mega size unicorn. Maybe not in exactly the same way, but in a similar way. I'll just change the colors slightly. Life of Q is the best Gundam game. Gundam Battle Assault 2. Baby! I played a lot of that. Gundam Battle Assault 2. Also played a lot of Dynasty Warriors Gundam 2 and 3. Never really played the first one that much, like a little bit, but Dynasty Warriors Gundam 2 and 3 were a lot of fun. For me personally, it's the kind of game that's not too serious. I can just kind of enjoy it and have fun with it. It's not a very super serious game, right? It's just a slash. See all these like cool cutscenes of the Gundam's attacks and stuff. But back on the PS2, Zeonic Front was a lot of fun. Journey to Jabara was fun. For a couple of like those PS2 era games. I think those were probably a couple of the best ones, in my opinion. Let's see. These guys go on here like this. So I said that's exactly what I do with playing GBGW, just get the daily rewards. Yeah, I mean, I don't spend a whole lot of time playing the mobile game. but just enough. Probably like 20 minutes a day, like that, you know, just when I have some time in between something, or oof, man, installing this with the LEDs is certainly looks like a much more complicated process, but so that'll be fun later on. For the time being, it's relatively simple. Like that section, these two sections that I just put together, it's like basically just drop it down onto there. But if you're doing it with the LEDs, there's step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5, step 6 parts of actually putting those two sections together. It's a little bit more involved. Alright. Got these. So yeah, still brainstorming. I think once I get the kit all together and, you know, check it out with the weapons and everything, just kind of think about some different posing options, I'll probably get some more ideas about how I'm gonna want to end up arming the kit and posing the kit and everything. So we'll see. But at the moment, yeah, I'm still undecided on exactly what I'm gonna do with this. But I've got some time. Basically, I'll get it built up today, work on the review, and I'll have like through the weekend, and I'll start to next week. I'll get it prepped, and I don't know if I'll actually get to start painting and priming next week. There's gonna be a lot of prep time. But anyway, I've got at least a few days to think about the color scheme a little bit more. So. Still thinking about that. In before, you can't put it together without the LEDs. Yeah. It's inevitable. Someone's gonna complain that I'm building and reviewing it without the LEDs involved. Like, the main gimmick of the kit is the LEDs. How are you gonna review it without the LEDs? I know. It's gonna happen. I'm gonna get the dislikes on the video because of it. Not, you know, what's the alternative? Breaking the LEDs? Then what's the point of that? Right? So, I don't know. I'll just have to try to bust my buns to get it painted up and show you guys the painted version with LEDs as soon as possible. But, you know, it should be clear that busting my buns to get it painted up as soon as possible does not mean that, you know, I cut corners or something. I feel like I don't know if anyone makes that assumption, but when I say that I want to paint something up real fast, or like I want to do this quick project, like with the messer, painting up the HG messer, which is done. I'll show you guys that finished result soon. Like the messer, for example. How I wanted to just make that just a quick project of that. When I do a quick project, or when I say that I want to, you know, paint something up real quick, or just a project that I want to do, just a quick fun project, that doesn't mean that I'm gonna cut corners. This is just on a personal note, just so you guys are aware of just kind of my building process and my thinking about the building process. No matter how fast or simple I want a particular project to be, I'm never gonna cut corners and just like do some like particular step of the build like really sloppily, like not sand the kit properly before painting, or like only panel line like the front of the kit because I know it's only going to be viewed from the front, so like skip panel lining the back of the kit or something like that, or skip painting in some of like the little details or something like that because I know they're not going to be very visible. That's something that I could just never bring myself to do. So when I say, like for this particular kit, that I want to build it up fast, that doesn't, I mean, don't expect me to be cutting any corners on it. So I'm going to be building it up and painting it up as fast as I can while still maintaining, you know, my dignity of, you know, trying to do it right, make it look good. Not just going to be rushing to get the finished product out as soon as possible with subpar results, you know. Not to say that it's going to be like GBWC level, like, results of like amazingly custom painted, modified. Like, it's gonna look good. It's not gonna be like the best thing I've ever done necessarily. You guys know what I'm talking about. Come on. John said, why not do the full review after you paint the kit and put in the LED? John, the reason why I wouldn't want to do a full review after painting the kit is because I want to go over the articulation and the transformation and everything, and I'm not going to want to do that once it's painted, just because I don't want to risk scratching any of the paint. You know what I mean? So that would be the reason for that. Once it's painted, it's going to be just, you know, in a pose, and that's it. So, showing off the painted build, I'll be able to show you guys what it's like. I think I did something wrong. This section is supposed to be extended out so that I can get these parts on. I'm wondering like why this part here on the chest won't fit into place. I think it's because I don't have that extended out like it's supposed to be. Q Palau Pollitos. K Payao Pollitos. I don't know what that means, but alright. Heath, thank you for using the super chat there. Let's see. Is that a Zentradi Battle Pod kit I see on the top shelf in the left corner? Yes, it is. This one, the Regalt. Yeah, it was gifted to me in Chile when I went to Chile back at the beginning of February. Still not yet got around to building this, but I'd seen who was building this recently on Instagram. I think it was Old School Gunpla. What was Old School Gunpla or Old School Gundam? Old School Gunpla, I think, on Instagram, was building up one of these recently. So I was enjoying seeing his work in progress on that and thinking, oh, I need to build mine. But yeah. Oh, come on, dude. Why is this part not going into place? Okay. Somewhere along the lines, it's my fault. There's something, this is like not extended out as much as it needs to be, or like something's not as it's supposed to be for this to be able to plug onto there properly. There we go. Damn. It still feels like it's not on there straight though. Something's wrong. Maybe it is. No, because this part here on the sides, that's like, there you go. Okay. The part on the side was like not lined up right. I hadn't noticed this, you know, before the kit released, but they added these little fins on the top of the chest there, kind of like with the new Gundam. And with the Master Grade XS as well. Also had the newly added little fins. I think the problem too is these chest parts, I don't have them plugged up. Oh yeah, there we go. Those also are not all the way snapped up into place. It's got the little added fins on the top of the chest there. It's kind of like a popular design feature as of late. Come on. Come on. Get on there. Shit. Biospeed said, just got into Gunpla and I'm loving it. Well, welcome. And glad to hear you're loving it. Hey, just on a side note, in the past couple live streams, I know I'd talked about how I've been watching The Walking Dead. I'm now done watching The Walking Dead because here on Netflix Korea, we've got only up to season 9. And probably, I guess, maybe in other parts of the world too. Maybe you only have season 9 on Netflix because season 10 is still ongoing, right? So maybe once the season is done airing on TV is when they add it to Netflix. So maybe that's the case for all of you guys as well. But because I can't watch season 10 yet, I'm done watching through season 9, so I'm done for now. Until I do want to watch season 10 when I can, but can't quite at the moment. So I gotta say, season 9, I wasn't really sure what to think, if I was really into it at the start, but it kind of got better. And you know, by the end of season 9, I was interested. You know, I was invested. I wanted to know kind of what's gonna go on with the Whisperers, kind of. So I'm looking forward to watching season 10 later. I don't know. When I have been talking about that recently, I get the feeling that no one really cares. I think it's a bit of a dead meme. No one's really caring about this show anymore. It's all just something that I am catching up on very late. So sorry about that, but yeah, it's just something that I was never really into and just only recently decided to give it a go. So I've been watching that. But done watching that for now, so now I need to find something else to watch. Come on. Let's see. They're making a third show now for The Walking Dead. Oh, Magus, are they doing like some other sort of spin-off show or something? Yes, I need to pay a little bit more attention to the manual. You need to put it on the cockpit hatch here before closing up the chest. There you go. Close the chest, or close the cockpit hatch, then close this chest part. Like that. There you go. Alright. So, like, the cracks in the armor there make me feel like some parts are like not pressed together all the way, but I guess they are. I think this kit is probably designed like that to have a little bit more, slightly more, a little bit tolerance between the parts, so that when it's in unicorn mode, you're getting some more of the LED light shining through. But there's the torso. Alright, so we build the waist section next. Let's go ahead and move on to that. Yeah, Evan says season 2 of The Mandalorian coming up soon. Yeah, I haven't watched season 1 of Mandalorian. That's, see, like TV shows and stuff is just something I don't really watch, like when they're new and like actually when they're out and like everyone's like watching them. Some stuff like I'll watch later. And like in my entire life up to this point, I've only ever watched like a couple of different series, like The Walking Dead I've just watched recently. Before that, I was watching The 100, which I also am looking forward to catching up on, because I've only seen up through like whatever was on Netflix here, which I think was only up to season, I don't know, totally forgotten now. Before that, what other series have I seen? In college, I watched Lost, but it was the same thing, where like I didn't watch it until like the last season was going on, and I just watched it with my girlfriend at the time, all throughout watching Lost. And I think that's kind of about it. That's really, I think those are the only series that really that kind of I've ever really watched. I like sci-fi stuff, so I'm not really too into other stuff like, I don't know, Prison Break or Breaking Bad or anything else with break in the title. Or Brendan said, watch The Wire. yeah, The Wire, anything like that, like real life stuff, is just not as interesting for me. I don't know. I'm sure if I got to watching it, like, you know, I'd get into it. I'd get into it, but sci-fi kind of stuff is always more interesting for me. I should watch Twin Peaks. Isn't Twin Peaks a Stephen King thing? Oh.
What time do you want to have that?
Whenever. Doesn't matter.
After 1:30?
After 1:30? Yeah, it's okay. It's kind of... 너무 늦게 아니야? 배고픈데 아침 안 먹었어.
배고파?
근데 시간이 없어? No time before that? Okay, then that's fine. Discussing lunch schedule. Twin Peaks is David Lynch. Okay. For some reason, I was thinking that it's a Stephen King thing. Anyway. Okay, so you need to put the LED... At this step, you would put the LED in there, but since we're not doing that, we can just put this one on here. So like the main, you know, you have this whole LED sheet, and like this main chunk of that would go here at the back, kind of like the back of the hip section there. This is where that would sit on there. And where's this piece here for the front? That goes onto there. Mr. Vega asking, what? No LED? Why? We already discussed this at length at the beginning of the stream, whether I was going to install the LED unit at this time or not. But just to give you the TLDR version, I'm not installing the LED unit at this time because I'm going to be planning on painting the kit right away. So I'm just building it up just to show you guys, you know, in the review, the kit without the LED. I'll go over everything, and then I'm going to be disassembling it and painting it. And then I'll put the LED in it at that time. So, because according to what everyone says, the LED unit is kind of fragile, so to avoid damaging it in any way and kind of wasting the whole thing, I kind of just want to see how this boner part is going to transform. Kind of feels very tight, and that's one thing too I have heard about this so far, is that it's a pretty stiff kit, which is good because that's one thing that, like, if you want to do action poses and stuff, the original Ver.Ka couldn't do because it's just too weak. So this kit's, you know, very stiff, like with the RG. That's only a good thing, right? And we have this part here too. Where is it? This little door, which is like meant to go on here, I guess, if you're not using the LED, or if you want to just not have it plugged onto the LED, you can just cover that part up with this little door jobby. So I'm just gonna go ahead and put that on there. Yes, the boner part here is stiff. Alright, then let's see. We got these guys. So again, normally you would have to feed the LED through this hip joint connection piece. The LED wire would be going through here and plugging into here. But oh yeah, the other thing I wanted to tell you guys about, aside from the fact that I'm temporarily done watching The Walking Dead, another thing that I watched just last night was Blade Runner 2049. I finally got a chance to watch that. I missed watching it in the theaters when it came out, because I think it came out when, I don't know, for whatever reason. I didn't get a chance to see it in the theater. And so I watched that last night, finally. My wife and I watched that. It came on Netflix here. And checked that out. It was good. I liked it. It's certainly not a movie for everyone. I can see that like it's very slow. But I mean, like, the pacing of it reminded me a lot of the first movie as well too. Like, the first movie is kind of slow as well too. Slow, very interesting, but it seems like if you're a fan of like the cyberpunk aesthetic, then you'll love the movie. Then, like, the fact that it's a kind of slow movie maybe won't bother you so much if you're just like enjoying the visuals of the movie, which are great. So let's see. Oh, when did we connect that shit? When did I do that? Hang on, I missed a step here. So yeah, I enjoyed it quite a bit. It's not the kind of movie that is like, you know, your typical kind of popcorn movie that I could sit down, like, for example, Total Recall. Cheesy 80s action sci-fi movie. But Total Recall is a movie I can watch anytime. You know, I can, you know, anytime I just want something fun to just put on while I'm working on building a kit or something like that, I can just put on Total Recall. It's a movie I enjoy. Blade Runner, not that kind of movie. But still, yeah, enjoyable. I liked it. George asked, do you guys use a VPN to watch Netflix over there? No, I don't use a VPN. So yeah, our Netflix is limited to just Korean Netflix, which doesn't have everything on it. So we don't have, I mean, we probably have more Korean stuff than you guys would have there in the US or whatever. Oh shit. Just broke, or almost broke, this little peg on here. Was meant to put this on after that step. Oops, luckily the peg didn't break off, it just bent. And it's not a very important peg, fortunately. There you go. Oops. But, yeah, so our Netflix here, yeah, we don't have everything like you guys have, you know, other places. So let's see. That goes on to there. And let's see. What the? Oh, that's wrong. It's meant to go like that onto there. And this one here on the other side. It's also a section of the build where you kind of have to pay attention to how the LED wire is going through this part, but that's all for now. So that's all you build of the waist at this point. You actually build the skirt armor much later on in the build, but I've got it here and we're here now, so I'm just gonna fast forward to building the skirt armor here as well. Thomas said, hey, what about reading books, man? Are you into something that Stephen King maybe? I'm not really into, I do like reading books, but the problem is just I don't really get a lot of time to do it, unfortunately. And it's one of the things that I always feel I want to make more time to do, because, you know, you can say, oh, I don't have time for this, I don't have time for that. The thing is that you, for things like that, you have to make time for it, right? So, yeah, I always feel like I should make more time to read books because I do enjoy it. But I don't enjoy usually reading stuff like Stephen King or a lot of, let's see. Hang on, sorry. Oh, and also on a side note there, Sci4K is talking about the Total Recall remake. Yeah, the Total Recall remake was pretty garbage, but not that bad. It's a fine movie. It's enjoyable, but certainly not as good as the original. Of course, you know. I never really expected it to be that good, right? But let's see. Who was just saying that on Twitch? What are you guys saying here? I got the Twitch chat over here as well, but it's all kind of mixed. Probably just got to be careful. And then as soon as he wrote that, the peg broke. Yeah. Heath Lawrence also said, Alita Battle Angel. Yeah, Alita is another movie that I wasn't able to see in the movie theater here, and so I've not seen it yet. It's not on Netflix here yet, so I'm looking forward to watching that when I get the chance, because it looked kind of alright. Like the trailers made it look kind of good, but then I also kind of had my suspicions of, oh, it's probably not going to be that good. Then I saw some, like, I didn't watch reviews, because I try to not watch any reviews of movies if I've not seen the movie yet, because a lot of times, you know, even if it's a spoiler-free review, it's still gonna kind of affect your opinion before you even go into watching the movie, so I don't like to do that. But I think I'd seen just like some people mentioning on Facebook or something like that, not really like a review, but people saying that the movie was actually quite good. And yeah, I can just see Brendan saying the same thing. Yeah, and you guys are also agreeing there in the chat that Alita was actually quite good. So yeah, I've heard that it was better than expected, better than I expected. I think better than a lot of people expected. So I'm looking forward to watching that when I can. Comment on the review, and Brady reads it and mention how test fitting it was. Yeah, I should also mention that too. If let me see. If you guys have any questions that you want me to address during the review, like questions about the kit that you want me to address, obviously not regarding the LED unit, make sure you let me know in a comment, or in this video, or in a comment on the unboxing video or something, so that I can make sure to address that for you guys. And interesting how this front skirt goes together pretty much exactly like the RG. How like this transforming panel for the front for destroy mode isn't like on a kind of like fold out section like with the old Master Grade. It's just it's on like a little track there, and it's actually got a little switch here on the back that you just push that out. And there you go, it's transformed. It's pretty simple, easy. I like that. Less moving parts means less possibility for something breaking, so that's good. Sometimes just keeping it simple is better. So that's pretty good, that's nice. So yeah. MG V2 Assault Buster. Yeah, I got the MG V2 Assault Buster here also in the to-do list. That kit's been out for a while though, so I feel like it's not something that you guys are probably wanting to see urgently. Like this kit is a brand new kit, so you know people want to see it. People are anxious to know what the kit is like, whereas the P Bandai V2 Assault Buster probably not as urgent. So I'll get to that as soon as I can, sometime soonish. Painting this kit is gonna take a while, and you know I won't be able to just solely focus on this. I'll need to like bounce around working on some other things in between, just snapping up other kits for reviews. I got the GPO1 RG kits, the pair of those. I got them unboxed and all the parts cut out and everything. I just need to work on cutting off, getting rid of all the nubs and everything, getting those prepared to build, because I want to live stream build one of those. Probably the full version is the one that I'll live stream build. I'll probably do that in between working on those next week, and one or two other things. Just for the sake of not getting burnt out on any particular project, I like the ability to bounce around, not focus on just only one thing, right? That's also good, just like for my channel too. If I didn't do anything else but only work on this kit for the next like week or so, then I wouldn't really have any content to put out, because it's just sanding, painting. I can't really make a work in progress video out of just sanding this kit. So in order to have something to share with for you guys, I need to build up something else in between. So let's see. There we go. Just putting that together wrong at first. There's that. That goes in there like that. Then which one? This one. This clear part goes into there. Then this one like this. All right. And there we go. Is that on there all the way? I guess so. So, yeah, I wonder when, it does kind of seem to stay up pretty well. I wonder when Bandai's going to make a kit, a transforming version of the unicorn, where the opening back skirt transformation has like a locking gimmick. Because what always ends up happening when you're posing this in destroy mode and you're working on posing the kit, just by holding the kit you'll accidentally close up the back skirt, and then you always have to remember to open that back up again once you got the kit all posed up and everything. You guys know what I mean. You know what I'm talking about. So they need to make a version of the unicorn where the back skirt, once you open it up, there's like something that like clicks into place so that you can't just very easily just close that back up again just by touching it. You know what I'm talking about. If you've ever built any transforming unicorn kit, then you know. What do you guys think? Should I also live stream build the process of disassembling this kit? I feel like that's gonna be an experience in and of itself. Even without the LEDs, it's gonna be quite a process just taking this kit apart again. It could be useful information if I run into any problem area of just how to safely disassemble this particular section of the build, Someone might find that useful, because I do, among the different questions that I get asked from time to time, it's like, how do you disassemble a kit safely for painting without breaking anything? It's a fair question. It's not something that I've ever really had too much trouble with, or as I've mentioned in different work in progress videos and stuff many times, like, yeah, sometimes while you're disassembling parts, occasionally sometimes some stuff does break, but it's not really, usually not really that big of a deal. It's like you might break a peg, but like usually there's 2 or 3 pegs holding any parts together, unless it's a really small part. And then if that's the case where it's a really small part, then probably disassembling it should be pretty easy. If it's only got 1 peg connecting 2 parts together, then taking it apart should be pretty easy. The problem is when you've got 2, 3, 4 pegs holding 2 parts together, then it's harder to take apart sometimes. And in that case, you might end up breaking 1 or 2 of the pegs, but then in that case, you've still got at least 1 or 2 other pegs that are still intact that you can that should be enough to hold the 2 parts together. And if not, you can always put a little bit of glue there. It's really not too big of a deal. So as far as disassembling kits go, I feel like some people just worry a little bit too much about it. But, you know, that's also understandable, because if you're in a particular situation, like especially if you're young, you know, a teenager or something like that, you don't have a job, you don't have a ton of money to buy a lot of kits, you maybe can only buy a kit, you know, every so often, you know, once a month or something like that. And so you understandably are a little bit more cautious about worrying about breaking the kit. You know, you can't just buy another one, and maybe you don't have the money or the skills or experience yet to know how to fix broken parts or anything like that yet too. So some people are understandably more worried about breaking parts, but the thing I always like to try to remind people of is that, you know, anything broken, as far as Gundam kits go, this is not like life advice. As far as plastic model kits go, anything broken can be fixed. And, you know, even then, it's not that difficult to go through the disassembly process without breaking something. You can do it. It's just a matter of doing it and not being too scared or worried about it. So there you go. Pretty interesting. One thing I will say about this is that I've built probably a dozen unicorn kits in my lifetime, and this one does definitely feel unique. You know, a lot of them do feel kind of pretty similar. You know, whether you're building the RG, the HG, even the HG without the transforming gimmick, the HG, you know, is still a very familiar process of building that kit. But this one does definitely feel different, and even feels different from the PG. So that's cool. It's always nice, you know, for a kit that you've built so many times. You don't want it to feel like too familiar. You want it to feel something interesting and fresh, you know. And this kit, it does feel like that. Especially in sections here like the arm. Like the way this arm goes together is completely different from other versions of the kit. So that's cool. Someone said you can also, Easy said you can also 3D print replacement parts. Yeah, you could do that. Waiting for my mega size unicorn. I know you built this, so how useful is the part separator that comes with the kit? Tomas, the part separator that is included with the mega size unicorn, and all mega size kits include a part separator. It is quite useful actually, so definitely hang on to that. You can use it for that particular kit. You can use it for other stuff as well too. So, like the part separator from Wave, or now USA Gundam Store is coming out with their own version of that. It's like the same thing, but it's a USA Gundam Store branded version. I would really recommend getting one of those too, because it's actually quite useful. When I go through the disassembly for this, I'll surely use that. It's just basically like a metal version of the one that comes with the mega size kits. And yeah, it's really useful. Speaking of the mega size unicorn too, that's another project that I have on my to-do list. But I don't know if you guys are on Instagram or anything, then Backstepped. Andy's been working a little bit on making the mega size unicorn and turning it into unicorn mode. It's just fixed in destroy mode. It's not transforming, obviously, but he's been making one modified to being into unicorn mode, and it's really super cool. And I wanted to try one out myself, so I have another. You know, I built and painted the master grade, or the unicorn kits, the mega size unicorn kit when it came out, but I got another one and built it up to basically do the same thing, turning it into unicorn mode. So that's another project that I have like kind of in the queue, as it were. But you know, I'll get around to it whenever I can. Let's see. Casfall said, "Do you have to buy the LED kit for this separately, or did it come with it?" At the moment, it's only available as a set with the Gundam and the LED unit. Someone mentioned, I saw like in the comments or something, or seen something on Facebook. Someone said that there's rumors of another version of this coming out without the LED set. I kind of doubt that, but that's possible, you know. So I don't know. Another version of this kit might come out later in the future that doesn't include the RG or the LED unit, but at the moment your only option is to get this with the LED unit, which, you know, makes the kit drastically more expensive, unfortunately. But I don't know. You'd think if the kit didn't include the LED unit and it was much cheaper, that yes, Bandai would sell a lot more of it. But this is really weird. The way that this elbow section goes together with the LED unit in there and everything, but yeah, like the whole point of the kit is the LED aspect of it, right? The whole point of Master Grade Extreme is it's emphasizing the extreme point of the kit being the LED unit. So without the LED unit, then it's not really a Master Grade Extreme at that point. It's just a Master Grade 2.0, which is fine. But I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if they'll release another version of this kit without the LED. Maybe they will. Maybe they won't. I would say it's kind of like the Perfect Grade Exia. It's like you can get the Perfect Grade Exia without the LED unit, but it's just always gonna feel kind of incomplete. It's just not gonna be as good. The kit was made to be lit up with the LED unit. The LED unit works really well to light it up. It's kind of like the full package, right? You kind of need the LED unit, and without that, it's just not gonna be as good. Not gonna be as fun, right? Not going to be as impressive, surely. So I would say, you know, if you want the kit, you're going to have to get it with the LED set. What the heck's with those little gray? Jeff, you're not a fan of the little fins? I like it, but yeah, I know. Like I was saying earlier, I know it's like a trend these days. But yeah, I mean, I guess I understand that it might not be to everyone's taste. But personally, I do like it. I liked it with the new. I liked the edition with the new Gundam, with the XS. I like that design aspect of having little kind of aerodynamic fins added onto the chest there. But yeah, might not be for everyone. Let's see. Do you prefer this than the Perfect Grade? Invalid, yes. To answer your question about do I prefer this to the Perfect Grade, well, you know, I've not finished this kit yet, so I can't really say for certain. But I would say that I expect that I will like this more than the Perfect Grade, just because I think the Perfect Grade looks great, but there's just like all it can really do is just stand there. And if you wanted a unicorn that just looks good standing there, I think that the Ver.Ka Master Grade looks great just standing there. That kit, of course, doesn't have the LEDs, so I guess that's a trade-off. If you wanted a unicorn that looks great standing, not doing any posing, and also has LEDs in it, then yeah, the Perfect Grade is great. But other than that, this section of the wrist, it says it's supposed to click into place, but why is it not snapping? This is not to push that in. So I don't know. I think the great thing about this is that you've got the LED gimmick of the perfect grade, and you've got the posability of the real grade. This section of the wrist, I don't know why it's why that part of the forearm is not solidly in place where it's supposed to be. Strange. I think, did I miss something here? Hang on. I did. Because this manual has, I mean, the manual is a mess. To be honest, you really have to pay attention to what you're doing here. Wolfa, thank you for using the super chat there. Said, hey Zaku, I'm building the Tiefsturmer Plus, and I was watching your stream. Are we going to get a build or review ever? Yeah, as I have mentioned a couple times recently, that I do plan on building. Fuck. I'm gonna have to go get my part separator right now. I've got the Xur store, the Mechanicore Cassis kit. It's pulled over here, so it's on my queue shelf. So I do plan on or intend on starting work on that maybe around the end of this year. So not the Tiefsturmer, but the Cassis. Maybe in the next couple months, you guys might see me start working on that. So yeah, of course, if and when that day comes, I'll surely share it with you guys. Like on any of my multiple different Mechanicore unboxing videos that are out there, every now and then, it's almost probably like once a week or something like that, maybe once every couple weeks, I'll always see, when I check my YouTube comments, someone will comment asking on one of those videos like, have you built this kit yet? It's like, what do you guys expect that I'm gonna build the kit in secret and somehow like I'm gonna build it, paint it, work on this massive kit, and then just not share that with you guys? Like, number one, obviously I would show it to you guys for just the work in progress content. But number two, like, that would take up a huge amount of my time, so you guys would probably be wondering like, oh, I wonder what he's working on. He's just like not showing much of whatever I'm working on. You guys would notice a gap in the content that I'm uploading and like what you know that I'm working on, you know what I mean? I feel like as it is now, like for example, if I didn't upload a video like on some particular day, you guys know that maybe like recently I was working on the God Gundam, or I was working on the Messer, so you can probably easily deduce that, you know, I must be working on one of those kits. There's that. And we've got the fully articulated hands. The Masquerade 2.0 hands, which I don't like. Let's see, I got Beam Saber here as well. And what's this version for? This version is specifically for Beam Tonfa or what? Anyway. Slade, thank you for using the super chat there. Let's see. So far, do you think the MGEX is worth the price tag? Do you think this line has a viable future? What other EX kits do you want to see? Do I think this line has a viable future? I didn't expect the high-res line to keep going for as long as it has, but the high-res line is still going. So yeah, I think this line will still go for, you know, at least a few more releases. So I think there's definitely a future there. I'm not sure, you know, how long of a future it will be, but as far as do I think the kit is worth it, that's always going to be a question that's not, it's, in fairness, it's just not really the right question to ask me. You can ask me if the kit is like, if it's good. We need to remove that part. So far, do I think it's a good kit? I would say yes. Damn, so please. If it's worth it, you know, I mean, it's your money you're gonna be spending on the kit, so you know, I can't tell you, you know, it's worth, because $200 to you might not be the same as $200 to me or to someone else. So, you know, that's kind of hard to answer whether it's worth it or not, because worth, it means is it worth the price, and the you know, how you value your money might be different from someone else. So just based on just sheerly the material that is included in the box worth the price, I think probably, because I think, in my opinion, and other people will argue with this, I think, but I think Bandai is very fair in their pricing as far as like the actual value of what's there, just like materials cost and everything, right? And you also have to consider development costs. So if you take into consideration the cost of development, the cost of production, as far as the materials and everything like that, factories, factory workers, all that, distribution, everything, if you take into all those like actual production costs of the kit for $200, I think it's probably fair. Yeah, it's probably worth it. I think Bandai, usually anything including LEDs of Bandai is, I think, probably a little bit overpriced, because, you know, I don't really have a lot of experience with this, but what I know from people who I know do have a lot of experience with LEDs, people who I would trust, you know, the raw materials for making an LED system are pretty cheap. Wires, actual LED lights, battery housing, stuff like that. That stuff's pretty cheap. So yeah, Bandai, any LED unit from Bandai is going to be overpriced. Yeah. So aside from that, I think the actual worth of this kit, yeah, is probably worth it. If it's worth it to you, is a different question. So I don't really know. I don't have any good answer as to regarding Bandai's pricing of their LED stuff. I would imagine there is probably some reason why Bandai prices, you know, LED stuff the way that they do. And I'd be curious to know what the reason is. And if I ever find out, or if I ever get any more kind of inside information on that, I'll surely share it with you guys as much as I can. But not knowing the facts on that, I couldn't really say as to why Bandai's LED stuff costs as much as it does. Speedball Haros. If you had to compare this MG and the past Unicorn MG, is there a major or similar difference? I would say, as I was mentioning before, at least the build process is noticeably different from the old MG. So, I mean, how they look side by side, I think is also quite different. I've seen some pictures online from like the very early Japanese reviews showing like side by side comparison what this kit and the Master Grade Ver.Ka original recipe look like compared. I mean, and there is noticeable differences in like the details and the proportions. I personally prefer the proportions of the original Ver.Ka. The legs are longer and thinner. This one has shorter, bulkier legs, kind of like the PG and the RG. But hang on. But I do like the added details to this. So like the fins on the top of the chest and the little bits of added detail of like the little bits of inner frame like poking out through the armor, like here on the side of the arm, like here on the front of the chest. So those little bits of added detail I like about this kit. As far as the overall proportions though, I prefer the old Ver.Ka. So it's kind of más o menos, right? Dang. Kind of tight squeeze getting that part on there. And I think I did that wrong too. Shoot. Shouldn't have turned to that part. Yeah. Ugh. That's supposed to be on there, like that, and this one's supposed to come in from the side, like that. Okay, there we go. You like them long Katoki legs? Yes, I do. I do love Katoki's long legs. Fictus, what's up, man? Casval said, I don't see the 135th Shinanju bust on your channel. Will you ever build one? I love mine. I've been tempted to get that at times, yeah. I'd kind of be interested in getting one. I think they're doing like a new production run of those, right? I had just seen Samuel Decal post something about the 135th Shinanju, Zeta, and Unicorn busts are all getting like a kind of re-release, I guess, as it were, from the Chinese company that makes them. And let's see. I guess that's the extent of that. Those go on there. Reiji said, I saw a video of the Yokohama 1-100 Gundam and it looks nice. Yeah, I'm still kind of not super interested in the walking Gundam. But yeah, I think I did see the same video as well too. Like in the most recent video that I've seen of it walking, it does look a little bit more exciting. But man, I think it's just that like nothing will compare, like seeing the original, seeing the first R782 Gundam, like full-size Gundam there in Japan, I think it's just that like nothing can really compare to that, I think is the problem. So like for me and for anyone else who's seen that when that was first a thing. Because then I've talked about this before in other different live streams or like in Gunpla Talk, I think we talked about this as well too, that like the 1-to-1 scale Unicorn Gundam is not as cool. I mean, I love the Unicorn, but it's not as exciting as the 1-to-1 Gundam. And the R782 Gundam, I mean. And I think it's just because like the original one was like So, wow. And then after that, everything's just like, eh, I mean, it's also cool, but I mean, to see it for the first time was such an experience that, you know, nothing really compares. I don't know. Maybe that's kind of the best way to put it. So seeing it walk is cool, but like, you know what I mean? Am I wrong, dude? Yeah, I'm still at it. I'm still gonna be at it for a little while. Alright, arm number 2. Let's just go ahead and get these hands out of the way first. So, like, these articulated hands have like a built-in joint, built-in wrist joint, but you need to pop that part out, omit that part. And the cover for the back of the hand has a new joint built onto that. Don't really know why. Maybe it's a different size, I guess, yeah. That'd be the reason. But I love the fact that this actually comes with just fixed pose hands. I know a lot of people love the articulated hands, but I really prefer fixed pose hands. So the fact this comes with fixed pose, trigger finger hands, and closed fists is very great news for me. Some really cool, some really nice fixed pose open hands would have been nice as well too, but I mean, these hands are plenty well detailed enough. They look good, I think, so I'm happy with the fixed pose hands we got included with this, actually. So let me just separate out a few of these shoulder parts here out of the way. We'll build the shoulder armor in a minute. There. And so for that goes with that. This one here. Okay. Carlos said, how long stream be on? Stream probably gonna be on for at least another hour, I would say. Ben Smith said, just want to let you know this is a great stream to chill to while studying physics. Love you, sweetie. Well, thanks. I could kind of do without the last part, but appreciate it. Good luck studying physics. I really did not enjoy studying physics in high school. Okay, sorry, I kind of lost my train of thought there from that. Back to building the arm is what we were doing, wasn't it? This part of the arm. I wonder why, after all this time, we still don't have any MG 2.0 kits from 8th MS team. I'd probably just chalk it up to 8th MS team just not really being all that popular. I mean, any 2.0 master grade is going to be a pretty big investment on Bandai's part, so they probably would just want to make sure that it's going to be something that is going to sell really well. And there's probably not a whole lot of promise of high sales numbers for 8th MS team. You know what I mean? I'm sure the kit in general would sell fine if they made a 2.0 ground Gundam, something like that. Probably what it would be. You know, the kit would sell, no doubt about that. But in comparison, like a 2.0 Exia versus a 2.0 ground Gundam, pretty easy to guess which one would sell better. So They're only gonna make a 2.0 something they know is gonna really rake in the dough. You know what I mean? Only something that's gonna be very popular. Let's see. This one, this side's got this part. Like that. Should go here. This one's got this one. Should go like that. That'll go here. On the back of the arm. Give us the HGUC New Zeal. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen anytime soon. Hi Zaku, I'm your avid viewer from the Philippines. Love your content, Gumpla. Thank you, Keith. Sorry, I kind of had a little bit of a stroke there trying to read your comment at first. Not that the comment was worded strangely, it's just that I was having a moment. That one meme said, "What's your favorite Gundam series?" My favorite Gundam series, apostrophe S, would be either 8th MS Team, as we were just talking about a moment ago, or Turne, or Unicorn. Those are all my top 3 favorite series. I don't really have one favorite. HG Devil Gundam when? Yeah, probably gonna be waiting a little while on that one too. Hi, are you? Mars asked, am I excited about the RG Zeong? Yeah. I'm excited to check it out. Still not a big fan of the Zeong though. Now if they made an RG Neo Zeong, oh man. Now that's something I could get into. But I believe the RG, I believe the Zeong works. The Neo Zeong works with the RG Shinanju, I believe, doesn't it? So that's kind of, in that sense, it kind of already has an RG. Yeah, ooh, come on. There you go. Just like that. Just like that. There's that arm done. Let's do the shoulder here. I think the Zeong's head looks like an axolotl. I'm not sure what that is. Zeong has a very weird head. Yeah, I never really was a big fan of the antlers. But Zeong seems an odd choice for the RG line anyway. You know, I was just talking about before how like regarding Master Grade 2.0 kits, Bandai was gonna make something that they know they'll make a lot of money off of. I don't know. Do you guys think that the RG or just the Zeong in general, any new kit of the Zeong, is a design that, you know, is really gonna, people are really gonna turn out for a lot? You know, I don't know. I mean, most new Gundam fans, I mean, you've got a huge block, especially in Japan, of Gundam fans that are, you know, OG Gundam fans. Older people, my age or older, who, you know, are fans, been fans for a long time. They've been fans of the original series and everything like that, so they're going to be fans of the Zeong because they're OG fans. But there's a lot of fans who are newer fans to like Gundam in general, fans that got into Gundam from Gundam Seed or Gundam 00 or Build Divers, Build Fighters. I mean, Iron Blood Orphans. A lot of those fans, which is probably a huge chunk of the fan base, even in Japan as well too, younger fans and everything like that, they're not really gonna, I feel like, not gonna be that super into the Zeong. They probably know what it is. They probably are familiar with the design, but maybe they've not ever seen the original series, not really into those kind of a little bit more weird kind of Zeong designs, like Zeon designs. So I don't know if that kid is gonna be, you know, very popular with those kind of fans. You know what I mean? A lot of the older fans will surely be stoked about it, but I don't know how many younger fans are really that keen on that design. Why does this wrist feel very loose? This one feels tight and this one feels loose. Did I miss something? I don't think so. That's weird. Why? Why? Oi! It's not super loose, but this wrist definitely feels looser than the other one. It's kind of troubling. Yeah. That's Red Gundam saying that's why they need to continue the origin anime. Yeah, I agree with that. They need to continue the origin anime and like retell the story of the first Gundam with modern animation, right? That would definitely get a lot more fans on board with a lot of the older designs, I'm sure. Like, there are 72, obviously, the Zaku 2, the Gelgoog, the Dom. I feel like those are designs that are gonna like still probably be pretty popular for even people who have not seen the original series. The Zeong, however, is just because it was hardly in the original series, just right at the very end. It's not like it's a mobile suit that was around much, and because it's so different, is why I think it's a different game compared to like the Gelgoog, right? Gelgoog also was, you know, especially I don't know. The Gelgoog was also not in the original series that much, and only in a few episodes, I guess, but I think it's a design that has a lot more general appeal than the Zeong. Probably. Alright. Leg time. Evan asked, anyone built the full mechanics Vidar? Yes, I have. I can't get through Zeta, and I kind of want to skip double Zeta too and go straight to Char's counterattack. Zeta was good. I mean, double Zeta, I got like halfway through and kind of just stopped watching. Not for any particular reason. Not like I was bored or I didn't like it, but I think I was busy and just kind of just stopped watching it. Something came up and it just kind of fell by the wayside, you know, that kind of thing. Do you watch the anime? If so, or do you watch anime? If so, what anime do you watch besides Gundam? That one meme. To answer your question, no, I don't really watch anime. So outside of Gundam, which I also don't really watch because I don't really have time, but I've seen a lot of Gundam. I don't really watch much these days. Yeah, I don't really watch anime. No. But other anime that I do like, that I have seen, is like Evangelion. I love. As far as the anime goes, I like the Evangelion series more than Gundam. But other anime though, OG Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball Z is good too. I've not watched Super, even though people tell me it's good. Or GT, which I think is not that good, as far as I've heard. Dragon Ball Z is great, but OG Dragon Ball is definitely my favorite. I really love Dragon Ball. Other series that I've seen that I enjoyed, like Razafon was pretty good, basically like an Evangelion clone. It was fine. Big O was fun. That was a fun series to watch. Yeah, I haven't seen a whole lot other stuff really. Just a few things. Yeah, I don't know. Off the top of my head, nothing really else comes to mind. I'm sure I've seen a couple of their different series along the way, but not really coming to mind at the moment. Yes. Showtime. Yeah. It would be cool if Bandai were to make if they were to make like an RG Big O kit, would be pretty cool. They're branching out the RG line at least a little bit with the Eva kits, so if they were to make a RG Big O, it'd be pretty dope. Cowboy Bebop is actually something I've never seen in full. I know. Don't at me on that. I know it's kind of like regarded as like one of the best animes ever, right? But I've seen bits and pieces here and there, but I've never actually watched the full thing. That said, as much as I don't really watch anime, I have seen a lot more movies, like anime movies. So like I have some favorites. Of course, I've seen like the classics, like Akira, Ghost in the Shell, stuff like that. And like I love the Ghibli movies quite a lot. Princess Mononoke, probably my favorite among the Ghibli movies, and I haven't seen a couple of the more recent ones actually, and then just any more recent anime movies in general. Probably I watched what's that? I can't remember the full name of the movie. Wolf Children. That's probably the most recent anime movie that I've watched and haven't seen. Before that, probably the most recent one that I had seen was probably like Summer Wars, which is probably 15 years ago, I don't know. Yeah. Don't really keep up with that stuff. I should, though. I should. Tekken Kinkuri is like one of my favorite movies, like, of all time. Anime or not. Tekken Kinkuri is certainly one of my all-time faves. Take your kids and stream, watch Ponyo. Ponyo is one of my favorites as well too. I really like Ponyo. My kids have seen it a bunch of times. Yeah, not a bunch, a few times. Yeah, my kids like Ponyo. My daughter is younger. She's still a little bit too young to really get into watching movies, really, actually. But my son loves watching movies, and yeah, he likes Ponyo. Yes, I saw that PewDiePie painted on the runner. Yeah, back when I sent my Mega Size Zaku, that PewDiePie custom that I made, back when I sent that kit to him, I talked with him, like I used to talk with him a little bit around that time. Just in the Twitter DMs. And at that time, like, because I was just giving him some advice, and he was asking me about like any kits I would recommend or something like that, and just about painting. He said that he was interested in painting and whatever, so I did end up giving him some advice about like just recommended kits and some advice regarding painting and things like that. But I certainly never advised PewDiePie to paint on the runners, so I was very disappointed with that. sad to see that. I didn't watch the full live stream though, to be fair. And someone had mentioned to me that during the live stream he mentioned something about me. I don't know if he mentioned like that I had given him advice about that or something, or maybe he mentioned about the Zaku that I made for him or something. I don't know exactly, but I don't know what he said. If any of you guys watched it, maybe you caught that, but yeah. As a sort of, it's kind of, can't really say this, but sort of as a student of my teachings, I can say, was not pleased to see that he was painting on the runner, but I saw his pictures he showed on Instagram showing what the finished build, how it came out, and I mean, at a glance, it looked alright. I think it's such a complex design that, you know, kind of all the nub marks from painting on the runners would probably be kind of hidden amongst it just being a kit that just has parts everywhere, right? So probably not going to be all that noticeable anyway. Yeah. Oh, so ANA Studio said he said give advice about paint. Well, yeah. If he mentioned that I gave advice to him about painting, and then he painted on the runners, then shame on him. How could he say that about me? But he's not on Twitter anymore, so I can't message him, unfortunately. And I'm not even, he's on Instagram, I'm not even gonna attempt to try to message him on Instagram, because I'm sure he gets like a million messages and surely doesn't check them. I'd have to like write a letter. Which actually I don't think, come to think of it, I guess I wouldn't even have his address anymore, because I had the address of where to send the Zaku kit, but that was in the Twitter DMs, and I think if the account is deleted, then the DMs are gone, right? So I think those messages are long gone. Are you off Facebook? I'm on Facebook. I don't know. I probably wouldn't be able to send him a message on Facebook either, I wouldn't think. If that's what you're getting at. I am on Facebook, of course. I have my ZakuAurelius Facebook page, which is primarily what I use. Like, I have my own personal page, of course, which is what I had first, and what I was using for a while. But then kind of once my channel started to grow and like I was growing more, I felt like I needed to separate my personal Facebook page from a ZakuAurelius Facebook page, so I made them separate. And my personal Facebook page I rarely use these days. I don't really do much with that. Anytime I'm on Facebook, it's usually just stuff for my ZakuAurelius page, so it's kind of all that I ever use. If you get the 1/35 scale Shinanju bust, how would you paint such large surfaces? Or would you just, well, if I were to get that kit and if I were to paint it, you know, having a 0.5 airbrush would be very useful, which I do have, so that's what I would use. But if you don't have that, then it's what I would recommend getting for painting really large surfaces like that. Most airbrushes usually are 0.3, for hobby airbrushes, I should say, for painting models and stuff, but getting something larger, like a 0.5, would probably be a good idea. But anyway, I guess if I ever wanted to get in touch with PewDiePie again, I would have to reach out in some way on the Reddit or something like that, try to get on Luai and try to get his attention there. Jesse said he loves my PewDiePie custom. That was epic. Thank you. Yeah, it was a fun little project, something cool to do, and I'm glad it actually made its way to him. you know, something like that, there was equally just as much of a chance that I would not have made it. Still a little bit sad that it wasn't actually shown on Lowai, that it didn't make it. I think what happened was that it was cut. Brad cut it out. Brad's to blame. He said he did look at it on Lowai, or like for like recording the Lowai episodes or whatever, but you know, probably wasn't a very funny reaction. Didn't make for as good comedy content as compared to reacting to memes and stuff. I don't know, he reacts a lot to different fan art and things like that. But I think maybe that's more so these days. Maybe at that time, this is a couple years back, maybe Brad was not including so many reactions to stuff like that and kind of keeping it mostly just to memes or whatever. Here we go. But unfortunately, his reaction on video to my Zaku was cut, sadly. But later, it was like a while later. Shoot, hang on. Here you go. Later, he basically did like a Twitter shout out, which was great for my Twitter following. I think if it wasn't for that, I think like now on Twitter I'm like getting close to 8,000 followers. I think if it wasn't for that PewDiePie shout out, it'd still probably be like 2,000, 3,000 maybe. Yo, Zach, are you planning on doing the water slides for this kit at all? Yeah, Ben Smith, yeah, I definitely plan on using the water slides for this. That's the other thing that I need to consider about what color I paint it, is because I do want to use the water slides. So like I can't paint it red and then try to use red water slides on it, you know what I mean? Okay. Just checking in on seeing what's going on with some of the comments there, but again, if you guys weren't aware, just a reminder to those of you guys watching live that if you have a question that you want to ask directly to me, or a comment or something, whatever, anything directed directly at me, just make sure you tag me in your comment, or just leave your comment or whatever there, leave it in all caps so that it's easier for me to pick out in the chat when I glance up at the chat there. Just make it easier for me to see there. He'd post his Gundam on Instagram, it's very cool. Yeah. As I was just saying earlier, I saw the Instagram post. So I mean, that's cool. Because it had been a while, like when at the time when I sent him the Zaku, and like he had built a couple of other Zaku kits, that was kind of one reason why I did that, because I had seen like he had built a couple of different Zaku kits or something, basically a couple of different Gundam kits. So I'd seen that it was something that he was interested in, so I wanted to kind of, you know, fan the flames of his Gunpla interest, as it were. And then, but then he hadn't built any Gunpla for a while then after that. So, because he hasn't built anything for so long, I was kind of wondering like, oh, maybe it's just a hobby that just kind of fell to the wayside. Because I know that these days he's gotten into exercising and stuff like that, just reading books and whatever, all that kind of hobbies to take up time, which are good. So I thought, oh, maybe it just kind of got out of Gunpla. But then lo and behold, he built that, built another Gundam kit. This knee section seems strange. It's not really connected. See here? This it's nothing really connecting this thigh and the whole lower leg to the upper leg, so I'm wondering if I missed something here. But it doesn't look like it. It looks right. Is this gonna be more connected onto here later? Oh yeah. I guess so. Yeah. Do you need a Japanese address in order to get Gundam base members card? Probably, yeah. Gundam in the window said, have you decided on the paint job for this yet? If not, maybe something like Genix PG Unichrome with gradients. No, as I was just mentioning a little bit ago, I've not yet decided on the color scheme for this, but probably not going to do anything with gradients necessarily. And that one meme said, how did you get started into Gundams? Back when Toonami, back when Gundam was on Toonami, here is when I got started. Not here, back when Gundam was on Toonami at first in the US, I should say. Oops. Let's see, hang on. Chat rate. Oh, okay. Alright. As we were saying. Oh, I can move that like that. There we go. Oh, Hasaki, what's going on, man? Welcome. Late, but still plenty of kit left to build, so it's going to be a long stream. Haven't really missed much. And Q asking on Twitch, which MGEX do you think will be next? Yeah, someone asked this earlier, so sorry I didn't get back to answering that. I think it was on the super chat. Someone asked, so apologies for not getting to that portion of the question. They had also asked about what kit I think, or what I would like to see maybe next in the EX line. It's really hard to say, man, because the first question is, we don't know if all future MGEX kits are all going to be Ver.Kas or not. And are they all going to be UC designs or not? If they're all going to be Ver.Kas, then they're likely to all be UC, because most Ver.Ka kits are UC, but not all of them. There's the Wing Gundam Ver.Ka obviously coming out that's not UC. So if they're all going to be Ver.Kas, they're likely to all be UC. But is the MGEX line all going to be Ver.Ka? I don't know. It's kind of hard to say. So basically, my point is that I don't know if any predictions, like any future predictions, are kind of best limited to being within the UC timeline or not. If that's the case, hang on, sorry. If that's the case, that's only going to be UC, then, you know, something like the Zeta or the XS are probably likely. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. A lot of people keep saying the Exia because they think like an Exia 2.0 is likely to come out with Bandai doing the Dynamis and the Curios, and next year probably doing the Virtue, so they think that maybe a 2.0 Exia will come after that. I think that's possible. Will it be an MGEX Exia or just a regular Exia 2.0? I don't know. I think it's probably not going to be in the MGEX line. If there's going to be a new Master Grade Exia, it'll probably just be a Exia 2.0, I would say, but yeah, I don't know. It's really hard to say. Mike, to answer your question of why I'm building it without the LEDs, it's because, yeah, people are saying that the wires are kind of fragile, so to disassemble the kit for painting, I've just decided to omit the LEDs for the time being, and I'll put them in once the kit is painted. And then Blue Blur Blast also asked, is this kit vastly different from the previous Ver.Ka? So far, it does seem quite different from the original Ver.Ka, yes. In terms of the actual build construction and in the surface detail, and the proportions are also kind of different as well too. Dominic, how's it going, Dominic? Said, do you reckon you could put a clear lacquer coat over the LEDs? Like over the actual like LED sheet? If you were to spray lacquer on this? I wouldn't, because I wouldn't want to take that chance. But I'm not sure. You'd have to talk to someone that knows more about LEDs that would be able to tell you if this could withstand lacquer paint being sprayed on it. Because with lacquer paint, that means it's got lacquer thinner in it. That's the problem. The thinning agent is going to be the issue. So I don't know. I wouldn't risk it, but you'd have to talk to someone who knows more about LEDs that could answer that question for you. Do you plan on reviewing the new Hazenthal Raw 2, or are you going to skip that one? No way! Of course, I can't skip an Advanced Zeta kit. So yes, of course, I'll be getting that and reviewing that, definitely. Arvs, does that mean you won't do the review with the LEDs, or you won't review it until after you paint it? Yes, it means I will be doing a standard review without the LED unit. And then, of course, I'll review it again later with the LED once it's painted, but then I won't go through the articulation or everything like that once it's painted, because I don't want to scratch the paint and all that. So it'll be kind of like a 2-part review, sort of. With a little bit of gap in between of doing an actual painting and all that. But Cybernetics said, do you like building Lego sets too? When I was a kid, yeah, I liked building Legos. I haven't built one since when I was a kid, though. That one meme asked, don't you wish that one day there will be a real-life Gundams that you can actually ride on? I guess, but it's not something I spend too much time thinking about, because it's not very likely. Hasaki asking, so far, what do you think about the kit? So far, it's cool. But, it's what I expected. Nothing really, I expected it to be a quite different experience. So it's not really necessarily a shock to me by anything so far. But it's good. Seems good, solid. Just have to buy the kit over and over again for LEDs. LEDs, yeah. What has been your least favorite, most frustrating model you've built so far, Gunpla or otherwise? Vector, to answer your question about what's been like my least favorite or most frustrating model build, I don't know. I don't remember. Nothing really nothing really stands out in my memory as like being a kit that I built up, and like as soon as I was done, I was just like, ugh, don't like that. Didn't like that experience. Nothing stands out in memory, but I'm sure there's been kits like that. Like the Scramble Gundam, the Scramble HG, like I didn't have high expectations for that. So that's the thing. Like I think, in my opinion, I manage my expectations pretty well. So like I think that's probably why I don't usually often have that happening to me where like I build a kit and I'm super disappointed, because you can tell going into some kits like this HG Scramble Gundam, you could tell by the images that it didn't look that great. And so when I actually built the kit and found out that it kind of sucked, I wasn't that disappointed. But the kit did kind of suck. It's fine, but it's not good by any means. Coconut Milk said, can you make a skin color tutorial for Megami Device? Maybe in the future. I'm still not that good at it either, though, so I think I probably need some more practice before I could make a skin tone painting tutorial. I would really recommend you guys check out Leona's workshop if you want that kind of content. Leona's workshop is great for that stuff. Painting figures. She does like resin garage kit figures, but the same techniques would apply for painting skin on Megami Device kits. Do you think we'll see a new Trash Treasure series this year? Yeah, Mike, I do. Basically, as soon as I'm done with this, I plan to start working on the Master Grade GPO 2 Trash Treasure series. Yeah, definitely. Sooner than later. Definitely by the end of this year. I don't think it'll be finished by the end of the year. I would like it to be, but probably realistically it won't be. It will be at least started by the end of the year, definitely. Mitz just came in. How's the build so far? I've answered how the build is so far a few times in like the past 10 minutes already, so I'll just give you the real quick answer. The build so far is very unique, interesting. Sorry. Van Coppola said the No Name was a rough kit. Did you ever build that one? No, I skipped that one because that was another one that I just wasn't really interested in. Didn't really look that interesting. The No Name Astray. Casval said, do you know anyone who would want the figures that come with old MG kits? I'm crap at painting them. I mean, me, kind of. I have some of them, but I don't really... I mean, I have a few, and I so rarely ever use them, so I feel like, don't give them to me. Give them to someone who will actually use them. If they come to me, they'll just sit in my stash, and who knows when I'll actually paint them. But I'm sure if you posted them online, someone would want them. What about the kit you teased at the end of your Treasure? Yeah, Pixel Ninja. At the end of the Treasure series of the Tristan, I teased that the next one would be the Esculapius. But then when I did my charity stream for the PG Perfect Strike, I made that one of the things that people could vote for when they donated for the charity stream. People could vote for what they want for the next Treasure series, and the choices were between the HG Esculapius, the Devil Gundam, and the Master Grade GPO2, and people voted for the GPO2. So we'll do that. And then at some point in the future, I would like to do a kind of Treasure series on the Esculapius or one of the G Unit kits as well too. But it won't be next, it'll be later on. Alright, I need to try to keep up with your guys' questions and stuff in the comments there, but I need to get back to the build here. So bear with me for a moment. Let's see. So there's supposed to be like a gap here that like is barely catching on there like that. And we need to pull that down and put this part here on the side first. Be this part. Here. Oops. Yeah, this is weird. I feel like I'm probably doing something wrong, but don't know what it is. So everything looks right, as far as I can tell, but there's just nothing really holding this section together. So I'm a little worried, but we'll find out here in a minute. If I put this section of the leg together and find out that it just completely falls apart, then I guess I did something wrong, but let's get this on here first and then we'll see. So that goes... shit. On here. On this side. It's weird. In the manual sometimes it shows you like, shows the order of putting these parts together, or like the steps. It'll show it from the back or from the front. It kind of keeps switching around. So let's see, that needs to go there. There we go. So yeah, I think once you got these sections on here, it's going to be held in place a little bit better. It's just a matter of getting these on first. The hell? Okay. Then what? See now, it shows you, for putting those sections on, it shows it from the back. And putting the next section on, you gotta switch it back around to the front. We're putting these armor panels on. So this one here. So it's a little bit like the Master Grade ARC 78 to 3.0 kit. If you guys have ever built that kit, let's see. You know how it is building the elbows of the Master Grade 3.0 Gundam, how it's kind of tricky. You kind of have to do like a little bit of a balancing act to get the pieces together for the elbow joint of the Master Grade 3.0. Gundam. It's kind of the same thing for building the thigh section on this, basically. It's a little bit tricky, but once you get it on there, it seems solid enough. So there we go. It's all good now. Withery says, so is this a Unicorn 2.0? Yeah, it's a Unicorn Master Grade 2.0 kit, basically. Some Chinese dude asks, how's your experience with a 0.5mm airbrush? I haven't really used it a lot yet. I only used it like once so far. I haven't really needed to. So, yeah. But, I mean, it just sprays big. That's kind of the difference. Hopefully the Lupus Rex, they add the red eye effect to the kit. Mike, on Twitch, are you talking about like if and when they make a Master Grade Lupus? Or Lupus Rex, if they'll include the eye effect? I think that's very possible. They should. That would definitely be something that would be very cool to be added to it, but I'm not sure if they will. They had that for like the Metal Robot Damashi or whatever, right? So you'd think hopefully they would add that with the Master Grade release too, but I don't know. I guess we'll see. Jeff says, so the leg armor holds the leg frame together. Yeah, kind of, yeah. Kind of like the Psycho frame kind of holds it there, and then the armor kind of secures it, kind of locks it into place. Kind of. Hey, I just got MG Clear Shinanju. Any tips before I build it? Yeah, Calamity Strike. I'll grab it here just for a visual aid. I posted a picture of this kit on Instagram. If you guys aren't following me on Instagram, you can do that. Of the Mechanical Clear Zaku 2 Master Grade here. And kind of one reason why I built this kit was basically to do a kind of extended test of the Razor glass file system from Gun Primer. So I did a video on the Gun Primer stuff not too long ago, but like it was just kind of a test. I wanted to really try out on like a full kit, building a full kit. So I used the glass file for building the Mechanical Clear Zaku there, and it was really helpful. So I would recommend, for working on the clear Shinanju or any clear kit, whether it's a mechanical clear kit like that or a full clear kit or whatever. If it's a clear kit that you're working on, a glass file seems to work really well. So whether it's the Gun Primer one or not or whatever. But actually, I was just talking with Gun Primer, with like the CEO of Gun Primer yesterday. Sent me a message, strangely enough, just coincidence. Sent me a message yesterday, and I was talking to him about the products. He was asking me, I haven't posted my video about that, and I told him, actually, like just tomorrow I'm planning on putting out a video, kind of like an extended review / review of that kit, showing using the Razor a lot more on that kit. So I was just planning on doing another review on that, but he's asking me, I guess maybe he'd seen about my first video, or I don't know what exactly the reason was, but for whatever reason, he was in touch with me, and we were talking about that. He wanted to know my thoughts on it, and he was saying that he has heard like people's common criticism about like that you can get other glass files online for like $1 from Amazon or whatever like that, and he said that according to him, they had done tests and they had developed theirs in a way to be better than the kind of normal glass files you can get online. I don't know if that's true, I should say. I've not tested that myself, and I should test that. But according to him, the Gun Primer glass files are of a better quality or do get better results. Because I mean, they're specific. It's specifically made for plastic models. So I mean, I don't really know what, if anything, is actually different about it. But the ones that people are usually talking about that you can get online, like for $1 or a couple dollars or whatever, those are ones that are made for like nail art, right? So they're not really necessarily specifically made for plastic models. So it does make sense to me that maybe the Gun Primer one is actually better because it's made in some different way. But I've not tested it, and I don't know the details of that for sure, so I couldn't say. But according to him, it is actually better. Pixel Ninja asks, where did you get that mechanical clear kit? That Zaku kit I actually got from Alex, so shout out to Alex. I don't think he's watching now at the moment, but Alex gifted that to me. But it's from the Art of Gundam. Like the Art of Gundam was like a art show, basically traveling art show that went around in Japan. I don't know if it ever came to Korea or not. I think Alex brought it back from Japan. But they also sold exclusive kits there for that as well too, and they had like different clear kits, mechanical clear kits and stuff like that. So that's one of them from that exhibition. So it's like a limited kit from the Art of Gundam. So that's what that is. So I've had it. Alex gave that to me a few years back. I've had it for a while. I'm just now finally getting around to doing something with that. So I've got plans to work on that some more, actually. I'm going to paint up the inner frame and also paint a little bit of the outer armor as well too. But that project is going to have to be on hold for a little while. The kit's built, but I'll work some more on that later. After this project. You know, it's not really going to take all that long necessarily, I think. Just painting up the inner frame, you know. It's not going to take that long. But my plans for painting the outer armor will take a little bit longer because it's going to be like more masking involved. And I symboled this part wrong. I'll talk more about that in the video. So yeah, that video is all recorded and everything, and I'm planning on editing and uploading that this afternoon after this live stream. So you guys will see that in the very near future. Me talking more about that mechanical clear kit. Alright, let's see, that's from that side, so this side will be like this. Alright, hey, where do I get the glass file I can't find on USA Gundam Store? Calamity Strike, if you just, on USA Gundam Store, if you just search Gun Primer, you should be able to get it, but it very likely might be sold out. I know Adam said, he told me recently they got a bunch in and they sold out or like really super fast, so I don't know if they've gotten more in again since then. I think they are expecting more in the near future. So if they are sold out at the moment, then I'll just wait, because also I think the Gun Primer guy yesterday was also telling me that they have a new version, or like they've improved the model or something in some way. He didn't really go into much detail, but he said he was going to send me one, so it should be here pretty soon. I mean, they're Korean based here in Korea, so if they're going to send me anything, it should get to me here pretty quick. So if he did send it yesterday, or if he's sending it out today, I'll probably have it on Monday. Alright, then. This one here. Okay, there we go. That, like that, like that. Get that all closed up. Yeah, I mean, I like the added details of this kit, but I definitely prefer thinner legs than what this kit has. It's definitely got a little bit more leg chunk than what I prefer for the unicorn. Skintus said, you build way faster than me. I mean, building as speedily as I can to try to not make this stream too terribly long, but also, you know, got to build carefully at the same time, and also need to spend a little bit of at least some ample time chatting with you guys as well, making sure I'm checking in on the comments and all that. Did you use the glass file on this kit? No, Jason, I didn't use the glass file on anything. I thought about using it on some of the clear parts on this, but didn't really need to. I didn't like have it right next to me, so I just couldn't be bothered to get up and go get it, basically. So, if that tells you anything, it's not really necessary. I thought like using that for like some of the clear parts on this kit would have probably given me a better finish, but all the clear parts on this kit are meant to go like on the inside, and they're not really ever going to show. I mean like the clear parts, not the milky clear psychoframe parts, just the clear parts that go on the inside. So didn't really seem necessary. So there we go. Yeah. Whew. Not a fan of the leg chunk there, unfortunately. How long do you normally take to paint something this size in total hours? John, I have no idea. I never really keep track. The actual painting itself, usually, I mean, it takes like a day. Like to just do all the base painting on this kit. So like it's gonna take a day to do all the priming. Then you need to wait a day for the surfacer to cure. Then a day to do all the painting. And then 24 hours for that to cure. And then spraying all the top coat. The gloss coat doesn't take that long because you can kind of just go after. The problem with this kit too, because I'm gonna have to put the LED system in it after it's all built, is that it's gonna have to be painted, like it's gonna have to be broken down almost entirely. Whereas like with something like for the HG Messer, like for example, which I just finished painting, like for that kit, I'll do the priming, and then like I had to separate it all into like every part that needs to be painted separately. Do the priming and then the base coat painting, and then before I move on into like the gloss coat and detailed panel lining and stuff, I can assemble some sections of that. So like the top of the torso, like if you saw the Instagram post that I made about that, I think I posted on Instagram. About the work in progress on the Messer, you can see like there's some like subsections put together. So like the lower leg section is kind of all put together. I can do that like during the process of like after the base coat painting is done. Like I can assemble some parts of it before I move on to the gloss coat and then the detailing and decals and all that stuff. With this kit, because of the way that it has to go together with the LED unit, I won't be able to assemble anything until like everything's all done. So it's gonna be quite a chore. It's just a lot of parts to deal with, basically. So like the nice thing about other kits, when you can assemble some sections, that means like then when you need to go to do your gloss coat or your final top coat like that, it's just fewer pieces to deal with. Spraying, if you've already got some sections assembled, it's just one section that you need to spray instead of 8 little pieces spraying separately, you know what I mean? So with this kit, I think painting and everything is just going to take a lot longer just because it's so many pieces to deal with. That is going to be a bit of a chore with this kit. Not going to be able to assemble anything until it's all done. And then John asking like full work day or just a few hours. Yeah, I mean, when I say a day, I mean a few hours. I mean a full work day, a few hours. I mean it's probably not going to take 8 hours, like to do all the painting on this kit, but probably close to that because of, like I was just saying, because of how many pieces it has and not being able to do any sub-assemblies. It's just a ton of parts to deal with. Every single part you need to put on a clip, to take off the clip, you need to you need to have all the clips on your stand or whatever. Take it out, spray it, put it back, take it out, spray it, put it back, take it out, spray it, put it back, and you've got them all there. It's just a lot of movement. It's not the actual spraying, not the actual painting process, you know what I mean? So, yeah, that takes a while. Are those all extra pieces? Thomas, these are not all extra pieces. These are all the pieces for the left leg. The right leg is done. Now we can build a left leg. And John, thank you for the super chat and the thanks. No need to thank me, but I really appreciate that. You're welcome. Sorry I can't give you like a more concrete answer as to like how many hours it takes necessarily, but I mean, yeah, I expect it will probably, for this kit in particular, it's going to take longer just because of how many pieces that you have to deal with. But yeah, probably just like doing all the base coat painting. Probably going to take like a full day, 7 hours. It's very possible. The problem too, where's the fucking piece? There it is. The problem with that too is that spending a lot of time painting is bad for my back. I don't know, I think it's because of like the posture that I have when I'm painting. I'm actually sitting up straight most of the time I'm building. I'm just like hunched over like that, which is bad posture, but it's what I'm used to. Painting, I'm like, I don't know why, I'm sitting up right and doing the painting because I'm like holding the piece out like this instead of, I'm not doing it down, I'm like doing it straight in front of me. So if I like spend a couple days doing a lot of painting, which usually I'll do like in rapid succession, one day spend a few hours doing all the priming, the next day spend a few hours doing all the painting, the next day I have to spend some time spraying the gloss coat and stuff as well too. So usually by the end of that third day, after I've spent a few hours over the past couple days doing all the painting and everything, spent a few hours doing that, my back hurts. So this kit, I think I'm gonna need to separate it out a little bit more because it's gonna take so long. It's probably gonna take like 6-7 hours to do like all the primer, and then normally the very next day I would do the painting, but I think for this kit I'm not gonna be able to do that. I'm gonna need to take like a day off, at least one day off in between those stages, so I'm not just killing my back and neck. Yeah. Any of you guys have that issue as well too? Before I used to think it was the chair, because the chair I was using in my old place was kind of not a very super comfortable chair. This chair is more comfortable at least, but I still get that of like pain after spending too much time painting. So get me a pack of Red Bull for this build, Hasaki. No, I don't like Red Bull. I don't like energy drinks. I don't usually drink them. I don't ever drink them, really. Only time I ever used to drink energy drinks was in college, when they had like the Red Bull car would sometimes be driving around. If we saw it driving around, me and my friends would always like try to flag it down, chase it down, and get them to stop because they would just give you Red Bull, you know? Did you guys ever have that as well too? I feel like they probably do that like around like college town areas. So if you were in like a college town, you probably had that similar experience. Seeing the Red Bull car driving around. I went to school in Kansas City, Missouri, so it's like that area especially, there's a lot of schools right around there. I went to the Art Institute. If you guys are familiar, I don't know if any of you guys are from the area or familiar with the area, but I went to the Kansas City Art Institute, and like there's like the Art Institute is right there, then there's also, what's the name of the school? Now I'm not going to be able to remember, but Rockhurst, is that right? Is like the Catholic university, and there's also like a not a state school. What's that? I don't even remember. You know what I'm talking about. Community college, yeah. There's a community college right nearby as well too, and I think the state school in Missouri, Kansas City, Missouri, state college was also not that far away as well too. So a lot of students around. So I think that's why the Red Bull car was usually going around. They gave away free Red Bull. Yeah, you don't know what I'm talking about? Calamity Strike. Do you know where I can get some plot plates? You know, offhand, I'm not sure if we sell plot plate there at USA Gundam Store. I've not actually ever really looked at that. I would assume that we do have some, though. I don't know. Again, if the same thing. I don't know if we have it in stock or not. But you have to just search plot plate, and I'm sure something will come up if we have it. But if not, USA Gundam Store, then probably. I mean, any other like big online seller probably would have some plot plate. I'd imagine. If it's not from Tamiya, then it's probably from Evergreen. Those are kind of the two big brands I know that make plot plate. Sir Moshi also said Hobby Lobby. He said he gets plot plate from Hobby Lobby. I didn't know that Hobby Lobby sold plot plate, but there you go. You can go to Hobby Lobby as well too if you have one nearby, if you want to. I know some people have their hesitations about shopping at Hobby Lobby, I think for like political reasons. But it's another option for you. Justin said they gave me 3 Red Bull cans last I saw them. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, and it doesn't have to be Tamiya plot plate. All I've ever really used is Tamiya, but I'm sure Evergreen is just as good. It's the same thing. Yeah, and Arvs said they're more commonly known as polystyrene, not plot plate. Yeah, I've heard there's something else too. What's it called? Like among like the scale model community of like military models and stuff, they don't call it plot plate. So like there's a war of words among the different hobby communities as to what's the proper term for it. I don't really understand why people get caught up with stuff like that. Like, what a waste of time. What a waste of your life to argue with people online about whether it's called plot plate or plow, whatever. Who gives a fuck? If you know what people are talking about, then who cares? Some people, man, just have too much time on their hands. Must be nice. Must be nice to have that problem. Styrene sheets, yeah, that's the one. Yeah, I think that's what people call it. I gotta say, the ankle joint itself seems strong enough, but the actual connection, like this ankle joint plugged into the foot, is not. I mean, you can hear that click. That. Oh, now it's not gonna do it. Oh, well, it did it. Now it's not gonna do it anymore. Anyway, it did pop into place, but the connection doesn't seem that strong with other other unicorn kits. I remember the ankle joint connection being really strong, like it really snaps into place there. This one as well too, when it plugs up into the leg. Excuse me. When it plugs up into the leg, it's a super strong connection, but this one, like the ankle joint connected into the foot and then the ankle joint connected up into the leg, the connection doesn't seem that strong. Found a 3-pack on Hobby Lobby for $4. There you go. A 3-pack. What thickness of plot plate? wonder. Calamity Strike. What did you find there? What thickness? Plot play is like 1 millimeter or something. 1 millimeter is pretty standard. If you were only gonna get one size, I'd say 1 millimeter is probably the most useful. 1 millimeter or 0.5 millimeter. Yes, Bandai made the cup noodle kit. I'll be getting that and reviewing it pretty soon. I think it's 1.5 millimeter thick. 1.5 millimeter is a little bit thick. Won't really be very good for detailing, for adding detail to kits, I would say. It's kind of too thick for that, but it'll be good for like structural modifications. If you wanted to change the proportions, like making the legs longer, for example, or something like that. That'll be useful for that. Or like building something. Read your comment. Okay. 122k subs and 296 people watching. What? I don't know. Don't know what to tell you. Alright, there's that. Point 0.3 to 0.5 is general use. Yeah, point 0.3 is 0.3 and 0.5 would be better for like adding details. Yeah. Yeah, I mentioned 1 millimeter, but yeah, 1 millimeter also is kind of big for just thick for just like general detail adding. But I feel like it's just kind of useful. But yeah, I guess if your main purpose of wanting to get some plot plate is just for adding details, then yeah, less than a millimeter thickness would probably be better. Okay, so right leg we did, left leg, here we are. So okay, got that one on there first. Then this one here, this one, oops, oh yeah, this one here, I'm living in Korea and can't purchase from Gun Primer website. You might need like a Korean ID. I mean, like I live in Korea too, but I don't buy stuff online here by myself. I just have my wife buy it for me. Cause yeah, shopping online here in Korea is kind of a pain if you're not Korean. Like their web security process here is so weird. It's like for me, like shopping online in the US, like oh, you have a credit card, just go wherever, put in your name, address, credit card info, boom, you're done. But here you have like you always have to end up installing some update or something, or like it's just weird. And they have all these like security checks that you have to go through, and it's like we don't have that much security checks that we have to go through for buying stuff online, at least in the US. I don't know about other countries, but why it's such a complicated process to do it here in Korea. I think it's because they're all still stuck on, like, most people still use Internet Explorer here for some unknown reason. Which I would imagine is probably just like shit for security, so. Blech. Yeah, I guess putting this part of the leg, this thigh section together, without the skirt armor on there would probably be easier, which is probably why it has you build the skirt armor later. And I shouldn't have built it first, but oh well. It's not impossible, it's just a little bit tricky to manage these parts around with that in the way. The skirt parts in the way. But fair enough. It's on there, it's on there, it's on there. Sebastian A asked, will I be painting this kit? Yes, I will. We've been talking about that. There we go. Yeah, let me get a tissue. Oof. Hey, can you show me what the glass file looks like? Sure. Calamity Strike, hang on just a moment. You mean like just what the actual product itself looks like, or like what it should look like on the website? Are you still not able to find that on the website? Let me see here. Lord of Xenogris. Is it just the MG with the LED, or is it a different build? Well, it's a very different build because it's the MG with the LED, so yes. Yeah, oh, actually, hey, let's see here. Cornelius, give me some tissues. I don't know what that's a reference. I assume it's a reference to something, but I don't know what it is. Only Cornelius, I'm just only thinking of Planet of the Apes. But I assume it's something different. So Calamity Strike, to answer your question here on the USA Gundam Store website anyway. I'll pull it up here for you. Window capture. Here you go. This is what I have. The gate remover set, which includes the actual glass file and then a couple things. You can see my video on that. I did the video showing that. This is out of stock though. But yeah, it includes all the stuff here. The recover tool, which is basically just like a piece of denim, basically. The balancer, which is like a buffer. And the razor here, which is the glass file. But it looks like you can get the parts separately. So like just the glass file by itself here would be this one, which is also sold out, it looks like. But that's the glass file there, the gate remover razor. But it looked like they also had here on page 1. Page 1. Come on. Let's go. I was not clicking on that properly. They have this Razor the Black. I think that's a kind of newer version of that or something. I actually don't know what this is. I have not used that. You can get just a set of the balancers by themselves, but yeah, I don't know what the deal with this the black does, but I think it's kind of the same kind of thing. It's a file, basically, right? But yeah, there you go. Hopefully that answers that. Can you review the MG Unicorn HD? No, I don't have. I did used to have that kit, the HD color version of the Master Grade Unicorn, but no, I don't have it anymore. It's the same thing as the old one, just it has a little bit better knee articulation. That's about it. All right, let me finish this leg so that we can move on. So once that thigh part's all together, you got these guys, these clear frame parts, and these sliding parts. Oops. Stay on there. Right, I should make sure I don't get ahead of myself and put something together the wrong way. Then these parts. Here. Like that. We need this knee part here. This one. Click into place. This one. Click into place. Put that there. Put that there. And this one on this side. Here. And this one on this side over here. Yo. There we go. Whew. Alright. Ayus said, where are all the wires? Where's all the wires for lighting? I'm not putting this together without the LED set in it for the time being. Nicholas, what's going on, man? Unicorn is looking awesome. Really considering getting this one. Yeah. It's expensive, no doubt about that, but pretty cool so far, so. We'll see. Oh yeah, I was gonna say about the hang on. The problem with the clear parts is that it's kind of hard to see like where the connection is, where this piece needs to plug onto there. Here we go. The problem with the design of the thigh armor being what it is that when you move the leg, I'm worried if the thigh will come apart like with the RG. Like with the RG, when you're moving the thigh around, moving the leg around like that, the thigh part tends to just come apart. And with the construction of this kind of being very similar to the RG, there in the thigh, I'm worried about it having the same issue, but so far it seems okay, so hopefully it won't be like that, but we'll find out. There we go, there's that. These parts on the side of here. Come on. I know what I'll have to do. It's in the review. I'll have to put like in all caps in the title of the review. I'll have to put like no LEDs. people aren't coming into it and just like complaining straight away. I do like how the knee part closes up pretty nicely though. Other versions of the unicorn, kind of the knee is always kind of tricky to get it to, like the transformation of the knee part is kind of odd. But this version seems pretty good. That's a relief. Except for this part, which I can't, couldn't get on there, right? There we go. Alright, I think I schmacked the camera again, so sorry about that. Yeah, this connection here is what I was talking about earlier. Plugging the foot up into the leg. On other versions of the kit, it was very strong, like chunk, plugged up into place there. It's felt very solid. This one, it feels like it's just a little bitty peg on there, plugging up into there, and it doesn't seem like it's gonna stay in there very well, but I guess it's okay. It's working so far. So far, so good. And so there we go. So standing, now we can build the head and the backpack. The backpack is pretty simple, so that won't take very long. But alright. How's that looking, everyone? I know you can't really see it all that well, but there you go. Supple Bun asked, do you like chicken nuggets? Yes, I do. I mean, come on, look at me. I'm a guy, come on, guys like chicken nuggets. Of course I do. Love me a little chicken nugget. I actually don't really like eating chicken on the bone. And I also don't really like eating chicken wings. I know, sorry. What kind of man doesn't like chicken wings? But no, I don't really like eating stuff where there's it's difficult to eat for very little amount of food. So like chicken wings, you have to kind of struggle with it, all the little bones and stuff in there for just a little bit of meat. It's annoying, I don't like that. And I also don't like eating grapes that you have to peel. Like I know in America, I never really experienced these because in America, it's just, we know grapes, you just eat the grape. But in here, like here in Korea, we have like Korean grapes that like you have seeds and you can't eat the skin either. So like you have to pop it out of the skin first and then you also have to spit out the seeds, and it's just too much. Too annoying for me. I don't like to eat stuff like that. So my wife really likes grapes, those grapes, but I kind of find them annoying to eat. So usually when she buys them, she tells me, she's like, you need to eat some grapes, we have all these grapes. I'm like, you bought them, you like them. I don't like eating them. Saruki said it ain't a struggle if you eat the bones. Yeah, well, it's also why I don't like eating some fish too. Like good like salmon fillet or something like that like is good, but like some smaller fish or fish that has a lot of bones in it, I also don't really like eating because it's just so annoying. Yes, Kunai Crazy is the same with crawfish. Yeah, crawfish, shrimp doesn't really bother me quite so much. Coming up pretty soon here is like shrimp season here in Korea, where you'll have like the shrimp farms. Will just be like crazy. Everyone's going there because they just have like, it's shrimp season, so like all the shrimp farms. So usually we go every year, at least once or twice. We go to the shrimp farm restaurants. Every shrimp farm has like their own restaurant and stuff too. So you just go there and you have like, it's kind of like Korean barbecue style. You know, if you guys have ever had Korean barbecue, there's like the burner in the middle of the table. You cook your meat there at the table, right? But it's like that. But with shrimp, and on the burner in the middle, basically you have like a big, like bowl, like a metal, like wok, and a fry pan thing, bowl, just like full of salt, and then they just lay the shrimp on top of there, and so it's live shrimp. They just like put a big pile of them on top of there, and it's like closed off, and you burn that, so you're cooking the shrimp, cooking them alive at your table, which is a little bit off-putting, I guess, but. So you're just cooking the shrimp there live at the table, and you have to do all the peeling and everything by yourself. But like, That's a little bit annoying too, but kind of when you're going there, it's just kind of like a whole experience of going to the restaurant and cooking and eating just a big mountain of shrimp. Because you'll order them, I think like one bowl, I don't know, will have like 20 shrimp and like big size ones and stuff too. So you're getting like, you just go there and just eat a load of shrimp, basically. So hello, what's that?
Your lunch.
Oh, thank you. Gracias.
Just the stop or
No, I'm talking. Thank you. No, maybe not. Is this Coke or coffee?
Oh, sorry.
It's Coke. It's okay. Thank you. Well, speaking of eating shrimp, my lunch delivery is here, but we're kind of almost done, so I think I'll just wait. Putting the head in the backpack won't take all that long. I might as well just wait so you guys don't have to watch me eat. I'll just set that aside. But I do want to run to the bathroom real quick, so guys, hang on just a minute. I'm going to go pee, and I'll be right back. Okay. Just one little cheese stick. Tide me over. I haven't had McDonald's for like a really long time, like a month or more than a month, I guess. It's not a super long time, but not in a while. And yesterday, like right around lunchtime, I think someone else, like in a nearby apartment or something like that, must have had some McDonald's or something. I could smell it at lunchtime, like right around lunchtime yesterday. I could smell it, and I was thinking, like, oh man, I really want a hamburger, but I didn't have time to go out and get one yesterday. So I told my wife, I really want to have some McDonald's today. I'm gonna get a hamburger. So that's what I'm gonna have it here when we're done, but at least enjoy a little cheese stick first. Opted for the cheese stick option instead of French fries. That would be good. And I ordered my wife to order for me coffee instead of Coke, but she forgot, so I have Coke to drink too. I don't like. I like Coke. I enjoy it. It tastes good, but trying to watch the LBs. You know what I mean? Yep, that guilty pleasure, right? You know that hamburger every so often I can do that, but I can still avoid Coke pretty well. The only time when I will prefer to have I don't know, prefer when I want to have cola. Even though I'm trying to lose some weight, and aside from just losing weight, I mean, it's just bad for your teeth and stuff too. So just try to be somewhat healthy. But all that aside, whenever I go to the movie theater, I gotta have a Coke. Popcorn and Coke. It's just something I need when I go to the movie theater for the full movie experience. You know what I mean? Brendan said, you can get cheese sticks from McDonald's? I've been living in hell. Yeah, you can get cheese sticks from McDonald's, dude. Just telling you one. The thing is, they don't ask you. If you just order, if I ordered a Big Mac set, they wouldn't ask if you want anything different. But here, I don't know, I mean, maybe different wherever you are in the world, but here in Korea, they don't ever ask you if you want anything different. They just assume you want French fries and Coke with that. Even if you wanted Sprite instead of Coke, you'd have to ask for that. But you can also get other things, like coffee is what I usually get. Instead of Coke. But yeah, I usually do just get French fries with that as well, but this time even opted for no French fries. Oh, my camera's all messed up again. Sorry, not even on the, not even in the frame. Sorry, guys. Got messed up somewhere along the way. Apologies. I need to get a better camera setup for live streaming. When? Who has the time for that? Have you seen the Curry Gundam? I'm not sure. I've seen Curry Gundam. I've seen that's one years and years ago when I was living in Japan that those were released. I think probably the first sets where you could get the curry cup curry with the little Gundam kit on the top of it. I had some of those ages ago. I don't think I probably don't have them anymore as far as I know. DeAndre said McDonald's in Asia is pretty much gourmet compared to the States. I don't know, not really, as far as I know. At least here in Korea, it's not that different from what's in the US, from my experience. But I'm no McDonald's aficionado, I guess. But AZ talking about the Koko Ichiban, yeah. That's where it's at. That's probably the best food that exists in the world. So let's see, you've got to put the face back out of the way. Then the part here for the Vulcans is supposed to plug up into there. I think I'm gonna need my tweezers to get this into place. Those go up into there. Where? Like that? And then bit of a trick to get that together, and it doesn't seem like that's all the way on there. I guess that's right. Oh, there we go. Oof! Yeah, damn. Weird. Shit. Interesting. Alright, sorry, Cybernetic Phoenix asks, what other languages do you speak? Obviously I can speak some Korean, and then, I used to be a lot better at Japanese than I am now, but I get, like, technically speaking, I can still speak Japanese, to a degree, but it's certainly not, my Japanese level is certainly not as good as it once was, when I was living there, obviously. You gonna finish it all in one sitting? And thoughts on RG's Young now that the images are out. Teeler, yes, I'm gonna finish this all in one sitting basically, except for the cage I built ahead of time, the beam magnum and the bazooka also I built ahead of time. The only thing that I'm not gonna build today, and I haven't built yet, is the beam Gatling guns, because there's 6 of them, and I'm not gonna build all 6 of them on stream, and I'm not even gonna build one of them, because they're also not new. But yeah, the beam Gatling guns are also a thing. Let's see, that's like that. When the hell are we gonna... Okay. So that goes like that, inside the head. And close this side up. Definitely the head construction is different from the old Master Grade, and different from, well, I guess it's similar to the old Master Grade, but certainly different from the RG. Jason, really appreciate that big super chat. Thank you. I watched so many of your videos, Zach, but this was my first stream. I just wanted to say thank you for everything you do. Man, thank you. And you're very welcome. Glad you could finally catch one of the streams. The past like week or 2 weeks, I've not been streaming that much. Kind of been just focusing on other things, but that seems right. There we go. So tuck that back up in there. Then we can kind of close the head here, right? Like that. And put this part here on the back of the head. Any recommendations for a first PG? Toodles for a first PG. I talked about this a little bit earlier, about someone asking about whether I would recommend getting the perfect grade perk strike, or the unicorn and LED set. If you heard me talking about that earlier, it's kind of the same kind of deal, but for perfect grades, basically, I put that on backwards, didn't I? Oops, I'm dumb. Sorry, hang on. For perfect grades, it really just kind of depends on what you want. If you want it to just look really big and impressive and stand there and not really do much of anything, yeah, then the perfect grade unicorn with the LED set is great for that. If you want to actually do more like posing and stuff with it, then the Perfect Grade Exia is really good for posing. It actually can pull off a lot of posing really well. And the LED unit is not necessarily required for that, but I would highly recommend getting the LED, the full LED set version of that. Damn. Having trouble getting these parts of the head lined up to be plugged on here correctly. Alright, so as far as older Perfect Grades, they're not going to be as impressive, but they're definitely going to be cheaper. So I've never built the Perfect Grade ARC 782, but as far as I know, it's fine, and it looks pretty cool for what it is. The Perfect Grade Zaku, not very impressive looking, to be honest. I would maybe kind of skip that. If you wanted a nice Zaku kit, I would just get the Master Grade 2.0. I guess that's it. I was somehow, for some reason I was thinking that there was a little bit more to closing up those sections to the side of the head, but maybe not. I wonder if the V-fin is compatible with other versions of the unicorn. There's that. But yeah, I mean, those would kind of be my main recommendations as far as Perfect Grades. The Zeta I would avoid. Not really ever heard anything good about it, but I mean, I've not really heard anything bad about it either, but it's the same case with that. You're probably better off just getting the Master Grade 2.0. It's not really any point to getting the Perfect Grade. Yeah. I think pound for pound, probably the best Perfect Grade out there, like just objectively, would be the Exia lighting model. But it is expensive with the LEDs, but I think it definitely is best with the LEDs. There you go. Phew. A little bit tricky to get that sticker lined up here for the opening V-fin. Is the PGGPO1 any good? I've not ever built that one either, but that one also, as far as I've heard, I've never heard anything really bad about it. It's a little bit older, so it probably doesn't have, you know, as much for like gimmicks, bells and whistles. It's maybe not quite as fancy of a build as some of the newer PGs, like the Unicorn or the Exia, for example. But GPO1 does have the gimmick of course, being able to choose which version of the GPO1 you build, and it has the whole like hanger cage and everything included with it, which is pretty cool. So it does have that going for it, and the open hatch gimmicks on that one do also look pretty nice. So honestly, the PG GPO1 is something I would like to get for myself someday. Never really gotten around to it just because I have plenty of other things to build. It's not ever been something like really high up on my to-do list, but someday I would like to get one for myself too. Like something itchy on my nose. Let's get this backpack built up and we can call it a day for now. Yeah, the PG Unicorn without the LED is not really worth it, I would think. If you don't really care about having an LED system in your Unicorn, I would probably recommend just getting the RG, unless you wanted something larger. But and also, like I keep saying, it comes down to what you want to do with it. If you just want it to stand there and look cool, then the master grade, even the old master grade unicorn, looks great, in my opinion. But you can't really pose it. If you want something you can actually pose, you have to get this or the real grade. The HG unicorn is fine, I think. The HG unicorn is, as far as like the details and proportions of the HG unicorn, I think it looks really nice. It does have some loose parts though, and it can't transform obviously, so those are the downsides. But you think the extreme features of the RX-78-1, RX-78-2 will be open hatch features? Well, we don't know if there is going to be an extreme RX-78-2 or not, but if there is, then it could be, yeah, it's possible. It could be that the extreme point will be an open hatch gimmicks. Yeah, possible. But until we see anything like actually concrete about that, I wouldn't hold my breath on that coming out, but it's possible. What about the PG Wing Zero Custom? Not that great. That one as well too. I would just probably recommend getting the new Ver.Ka that's coming out soon. Probably be a better option than that PG kit. But again, it all just depends on what you want. The PG Wing Zero is like, it's not terrible, it's not bad. It's just, I think that compared to other PGs, and just for the price, not that great. But if you wanted a really big kit, if you really like the design, you wanted a really big version of it to keep on your shelf, then yeah, by all means, go for that PG. But if it's not necessarily the design that you care so much about, but just the actual kit itself being like a good kit, then yeah, maybe not that one. Okay, so any thoughts on implementing some kind of wall plug for the LED units who don't have battery power? Yeah, that'd be nice, Arvs. I really don't understand why Bandai insists on using the battery packs. I mean, obviously they can't do something like a wall adapter because different countries have different style outlets. But yeah, they could just do like to USB, and then people can plug it into their computer or plug it into like a wall USB adapter or whatever. How far down? Oh, there you go. I believe the MG gun tank was supposed to be RC. Really? That'd be funny. I saw someone mod their PGXia to use a USB cable. Yeah, I'm sure it's very possible. I'm sure, for people who know anything about LEDs or whatever, it's probably not that difficult to do. It's a bit beyond me. It's not something that I would be able to do, really. But no doubt it's possible. That, like that. And these guys on here. Let's see, any plans on reviewing the HG Sandrock in the future? Steven, no, not really. Not really a huge Sandrock fan, and especially not of the HG. I don't know. It's not really for me. will admit that the new Sandrock Kai does look better. It's not really a huge difference, I know, between the regular Sandrock and the Sandrock Kai, but between the two, I definitely prefer the look of the Sandrock Kai. So the new P Bandai version that's coming out does look pretty cool, but I still don't have any plans to get or review that kit. What's the problem here? Something strange. Anyway. Alright, there you go. There's the backpack, so we're all done. It's supposed to slot down into the back, but I can't tell if it's slotting or not. It doesn't like... Not noticing any kind of sliding action, but seems secure on there, so I guess it's in. There we go. So like I said, I already have the beam magnum and the bazooka are already built, and beam gatling guns I still need to build up. Give me a moment here to switch up the camera a little bit, give you guys a little bit better view of this. Oops, sorry, bear with me. And the base. The unfortunate thing, kind of, about this too, is that if you did want to have this without the LED unit in it, which I guess kind of what's really the point of that, so fair enough that I doubt many people would want to do this, is that the action base, or like the connector here, the arm of the connector is meant to plug into the LED unit, so couldn't really plug it onto here in any other way unless the LED unit is in there. But assuming you're not using that, or how do you, because you have to put it like straight upright. And have the cage on here. Basically like that, and then just a little bit back more down. Yeah. There's the general idea of that. Let me adjust this so you guys can see it a little bit better. Sorry. Here we go. Brightness. It's a little bit brighter. Yes. So anyway. Cool. And, you know, people have been asking me the entire time, again and again there in the comments, is it worth it? Is it worth it? Do you think it's worth it so far? I would say, so far, it's a hefty price tag. This compared to the Master Grade, the old Master Grade, the Anime Colors version that includes the MS cage, which I think is something like around 80 bucks. This one being double that price plus more. Yeah, I don't know. It really depends on what you want. If you don't care about the LED gimmick at all, and you don't really care about the posability of the kit, then probably the old Master Grade MS cage set is probably like good enough for having like basically the same thing for you. But I think you do get a lot with this kit, with the LED set, the base, and like the whole top part of the MS cage is not new, but the whole bottom part is new and does seem to work quite well for what it is. I think it will. And the new details added on the kit are nice. The proportions, it's up to you whether you like the proportions or they're not or not. But yeah, there's definitely pros and cons to this. It's definitely something you'd have to decide whether you think it's worth it or not for yourself. But for the time being, that's going to be it for the live building, guys. I'll work on a kind of partial review, initial review for this very soon, and have that out for you guys as soon as I can. And then I will take it apart. And I mentioned this before, and you guys were saying yes, but I'll just ask you once again, do you guys want to see a live stream of me disassembling this kit as well? I asked that kind of halfway as a joke, but a lot of people said yeah, that they wanted to see that. So if you are interested in seeing a live stream disassembling this kit, I mean, I guess, whether the actual disassembling is interesting or not, if you just want to hang out, chat, and ask questions or whatever, it's fine enough for that. So yeah, if you guys want, I can do a live stream of disassembling it, but I'll be disassembling it, doing all the prep work and everything, painting, and then we'll do kind of part 2 of the review. Will be once it's all painted, then you can see what it would look like when the actual LED unit and everything in there installed as well too. So please do stream the disassembly. I need to know how the disassembly will go since I want to paint the kit as well. I love also gonna UC, and I want to go all out on the techniques I can, so I need to make sure nothing goes wrong at all. I'm worried that there may be certain parts that are the type that can't be taken apart without modifications, and like the RX-76 beam rifle camera. Also want to learn how you do things. Alright, well, niche. Fair enough. Over there on Twitch. I was reading that comment off Twitch, if you guys were wondering. If you guys are watching on YouTube and wondering where I'm reading. So yeah, alright, well, fair enough. That'll be sometime next week then. I'll work on the review later today and into this weekend probably. And then disassembly next week. And I'll have to just get started on the sanding and paint prep and all that fun stuff as well too. So Ben's asking, what color scheme are you gonna do on this? I'm not decided. Probably original color scheme, but with a little bit of a twist. I'm thinking probably to do kind of basically armor in just white, basically white. I think probably maybe off-white. But the frame, I'm thinking, unless I drastically change my idea and do something totally different. But the frame I'll definitely change from being like it's dark gunmetal now. I'll probably do like a light gray, because I just have a hard time painting a kit in like the official colors. Just seems so boring to me. I always want to change something. So I think one thing that I could change, while keeping the main color in white, I could just change the color of the inner frame to like a much lighter gray color. I think is something that I could do that I think would look pretty cool. That would, I mean, like, there's not a lot of the frame really visible on this kit, but I think where it is visible, seeing that in a really light gray color, I think would be kind of a really interesting look for this. So we'll see, and especially once it's in destroy mode, we'll see. I think that's probably what I'll do. The white will stay white, basically. It might be like off-white, and then light gray, slightly tannish, kind of light gray, warm light gray color for the psycho frame, or the not the psycho frame, the just regular non-psycho frame parts, joint parts and stuff like that. And then the dark navy blue for the backpack and the feet, I'll probably change that as well to like just dark gray, not keep it blue. I wouldn't want to do like a light blue, it would be kind of weird just doing it all light like that, but just like a kind of medium gray color, so it'll still be much darker than white of the main suit, but not navy blue. Just do it in like a gray kind of color, maybe. We'll see. That's what I'm thinking about at the moment, but let you guys know more about that next week. For now, guys, thanks for hanging out. It was a long stream, obviously, 4 hours now. So what I was expecting between 3 hours at the fastest, probably more likely 4 hours. So it came out just right about to what I expected. But yeah, it was a lot to build, and I didn't even go through the process of installing the LEDs. It would have taken longer if I would have been having to sort out stringing the LED wire through there, but we'll do that later, and I'm sure that'll be fun. But for now, guys, thanks for hanging out. I'll see you guys later, and have a good weekend.